Okay, so according to my clock, we should be rocking and rolling. So can we get the mayor back?
Yep.
I think she has the flag in her realm. Let's see the mayor.
You got a flag.
Oh, you do? You see her? Okay, I don't see her.
She's there. Bottom.
Here.
Okay. Ah, there you go. Oh, a little guy. Cool. Awesome. All right, so thank you all for joining us for Upper Darby Township Council meeting for June 17th, 2020 at 7 p.m. I'm hoping that Councilman Siddiq will join us soon, but at this point in time, we need to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. So everyone stand up. And Mayor Keffer has our flag. So, all right. So I pledge allegiance
Pledge
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. And also, Councilwoman Billups, do you want to take you got to turn your mic on. Were you going to lead us in a moment of silence? Councilwoman Billups, your mic is still off.
Yes, thank you, Council President Wentz. At this time, Councilman Tunis will say something before we have a moment of silence.
Okay, and go ahead.
Okay, this Friday, June 19th, we'll be celebrating Juneteenth. Juneteenth commemorates when Army Major General Gordon Granger came into Galveston, Texas, and enforced the Emancipation Proclamation, which was in place 2.5 years prior. There's been many historical debate on the lack of time between the reason why it took 2.5 years. However, in many Black families across the United States, this day symbolizes independence and freedom for many Black people in America. And with that being said, I just wanted to make the public aware, and I hope everyone has a safe and happy Juneteenth celebration weekend and quarantined, practicing social distancing also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you. And then can we have a moment of silence for those that have been lost? Thank you. Please take your seats. So our meeting has begun. Councilwoman Billups, can you please give us a roll call?
Yes, Council President Wentz. Councilman Tunis.
You need to turn your mics on. Your mic is out.
Sorry, I'm here. I thought I said it. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
I am present.
And Councilwoman Billups is here. Councilman Silver.
Yes, here.
Councilwoman Blackwell.
You gotta turn your mic on. I don't see you. Danielle, I don't see you.
We'll come back to her.
Okay.
Councilman Gwynn.
Present.
Councilman Burke.
Present.
Councilman Siddiq is not here, correct?
Not yet. I'm hoping, oh, he's coming in right now.
Okay, we'll come back to him too.
Okay.
Councilwoman Faralia.
Here.
Councilman Bonnet.
Present.
Councilman Wagner.
Here.
And Council President Wentz.
Here.
And Councilman Siddiq.
You're ready.
Take it out.
And Councilwoman Blackwell. earlier. She may be having some technical difficulties, but I know she was here earlier.
Yes, so hopefully she will hop back on.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. So when she comes back on, just please, I'll give you a window to just, verify that she is here. Okay?
Okay.
Great. So rules for meeting decorum. I know that we have an ordinance that will deal with this later, but until that is passed, I'm going to continue to read what I've read in previous meetings. Rule out of order scandalous, impertinent, and redundant comment, or any comment the discernible purpose of which is to disrupt or prevent the conduct of business of the meeting, including the questioning of or polling of or debating with individual members of the board. Okay, so next up we have approval of minutes for May 2020. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes for the committee meeting on May 6th of 2020? Can you turn your mics on to give me a so moved? Bob, you're waving. Is that a so move? You can speak up.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
I seconded.
Who was first of the?
Phillips. Councilwoman Phillips is first.
Was the first, yeah. So when, okay, are there any questions or concerns on these minutes? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of approving minutes from the committee meeting of May 6, 2020, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Everyone make sure your mics are on. Lisa, your mic is off. Abstains? Ayes have it. Okay. The minutes for May 6, 2020 have passed. Great. So we need a motion to approve the minutes from the regular meeting of May 20th, 2020. Can we get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by
Seconded.
and second by Sadiq.
Yes.
Great. Are there any questions or concerns on these minutes? You need to unmute your mics. For all council members at this point in time, your mic should be unmuted. Any questions or concerns? Okay. Seeing none. Okay. All those in favor of approving the minutes from May 20, 2020, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstains? Let's have it. Great. Great. Okay, next up is our public forum. Allison, if you can come back and join us. And Councilwoman Phillips, please take the time for Allison. So if any one speaker email window gets beyond, gets to the 3-minute mark, please stop Allison because she's focusing on the reading and not the time. So thank you. Go ahead, Allison.
Christina Brady, 46 Ashby Road, Upper Darby, PA. I just wanted to say ahead of tonight's council meeting that I see all the good work that council is undertaking during these impossible days. I attended the Community Day of Healing and was heartened to hear that the mayor, unlike so many other politicians in small town America, is willing to verbally announce that Black Lives Matter and that our township will be signing the Obama Foundation's pledge to review police policies. These examinations of policy are absolutely critical for moving forward as a community, and her acknowledgement of the BLM movement is nothing more than noting and protecting the basic human rights of each and every one of her constituents. I have been impressed with the other projects that she and her team have been able to undertake, including the food distribution services and small business grant opportunities. I cannot begin to imagine how difficult these last few months have been for a government body just starting its journey, but I appreciate the work that you have all done. You are not alone, and I will continue to follow your efforts with hope and with derision of the organized, vociferous vitriol of the right. Christina Brady.
Great, thank you. Next.
Gina Amoroso, 5148 Whitehall Drive. Hello, I am writing with a public comment for our mayor and township council for what they have been able to accomplish in such a short and hectic amount of time. Firstly, thank you for signing the Obama Foundation pledge to combat police violence. We cannot make progress in this community and country without accountability from the people in place to protect and serve, whether elected or otherwise. Secondly, thank you for introducing the new property maintenance code. Addressing cleaning up litter and the trash throughout the township is something the community members throughout the township wanted and will only help our community stay healthy, safe, and clean. Finally, Upper Darby is at a 61.1% response rate for the census. For a community as diverse as ours, this is amazing. Thank you for your work regarding this process.
Great, thank you. Next.
Marion Minnick, 1204 Wild Avenue. Good afternoon. I feel compelled to write this letter. I am so glad that we finally have a local government that actually cares about the whole of Upper Darby Township and not just certain affluent neighborhoods. Magnificent diversity, both racially and culturally, makes Upper Darby Township a particularly special place to live. In fact, we have one of the most diverse townships in the country. And finally, we have a local government that not only mirrors the people who live here, but governs in a compassionate way that puts our residents' well-being first. I want to give them a special thanks for the following decisions. Organizing and participating in peaceful demonstrations that say Upper Darby Township believes and supports Black Lives Matter and honors the memory of those lost by police violence. Thank them for signing the Obama Foundation pledge to combat police violence. Thank them for offering small business grants for businesses struggling through the pandemic. Thank them for the new property maintenance code, which will help clean our streets. Thank them for modernizing the township services by putting the services online. In a short period of time, we are seeing powerful positive change in our incredibly diverse township. Our committed Mayor Barbara Ann Keffer, her capable and hardworking administration, and our township council should be commended for moving UD forward. Thanks.
Awesome, thank you very much. Next.
Brian Deemer, 46 Ashby Road, Upper Darby. Hi there. As a resident of Upper Darby, I just wanted to say how proud I am of the mayor and the township for supporting BLM and encouraging change and betterment for our community. I'm sure there will be naysayers, but don't lose faith. You are doing the right thing, and it's exactly what we need. Let Upper Darby be an example for all the surrounding communities. Thank you for your effort, Brian. P.S. Defund the police.
Thank you. Next person.
Peggy Wilson, 824 Drexel Avenue. Thank you for the great job you're doing. Your young administration has had to face incredible obstacles in its first 6 months, including COVID-19, opportunistic looters from out of town, and budget constraints exacerbated by the $1.2 million budget deficit left by the previous administration. I want to express my appreciation to the members of our Black community who organized and participated in the Upper Darby Day of Healing last week. Thank you to the Upper Darby administration, school district, and police department who hosted and took an active part in the event. Our community needs reasons to come together, not to be pulled apart. Together we are stronger. I am pleased that Mayor Keffer has signed on to the 1, review our police use of force policies, 2, engage our communities by including a diverse range of input, experiences, and stories in that review. 3, report the findings of that review to our community and seek feedback. 4, reform our community's police use of force policies. So far, I've been impressed with Superintendent Bernhardt's willingness to work with the new administration and his support of residents who have organized and/or participated in Black Lives Matter protests. I'm wondering where our police department stands on the 8 can't wait policies recommended by the Campaign Zero organization. These include ban chokeholds, require de-escalation, require warning before shooting, exhaust all other means before shooting, duty to intervene, ban shooting at moving vehicles, require use of force continuum, require comprehensive reporting. Thank you for all you're doing to help Upper Darby Township realize its potential.
Thank you. Next.
Kyle T. McIntyre, 1040 Drexel Avenue. With the recent events occurring around the country, I would like to ask the council take up, support, and pass the following initiatives. UDTJ list of reforms for the Township of Upper Darby. 1. Body cameras on every on-duty officer by the end of this year. 2. Forbidding police officers from turning off their cameras while on duty. 3. Making all complaints public with respect and privacy given for the person making the police complaint. 4. A Citizens Advisory Council to provide oversight of the police department. 5. More diversity in the UD Police Department. 6. A limit on the number of excessive force complaints. If an officer has more than 3, they should be automatically terminated. 7. Demilitarizing the Upper Darby Police Force. 8. Prohibiting the use of excessive force, tear gas, pepper spray, and more at protesters. 9. Demilitarize the UDHS. Kyle T. McIntyre, local community and political organizer, Democratic Committee person, Upper Darby 3-4, DC Progressive Caucus member.
Thank you. Next.
Jill Carey, 159 North Madison Avenue. I wanted to take a minute to thank Mayor Keffer, the admin and council for working with the Food Share program to have several pickup locations here in UD. This has been a huge help to so many in this community. Having access to free, fresh produce, especially during the pandemic, is very much appreciated. I also wanted to mention how moving and powerful the community healing event was. I felt a sense of pride in this community that I haven't in some time. Lastly, I want to pass on some feedback. I was able to pass on the information for the Small Business Grant Program to 4 of the local small businesses, and they were very happy and appreciative, saying this was going to be a big help to them. End of comment.
Great. Thank you. Next.
Alfred Ackert Jr.
Laura,
Michelle, did you want to reply?
no, I just need to interrupt. Councilman Blackwell can't get in. She says the host had to let her in.
She's not listed.
I'm sorry. She just sent me a text saying that the host has to let her in.
She gets an image. The host has another meeting in progress. This is
In the wrong meeting.
Is in the wrong meeting. Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'll send her a text back.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Allison.
Alfred Ackert Jr., 7228 Radbourne Road. Most white people have grown up in a society where African Americans were seen as dangerous people to be afraid of. This has led to many individuals and organizations, both public and private, to adopt policies and practices that have, in big ways and small, made it difficult, if not impossible, for African Americans to enjoy many of the rights and privileges that white people take for granted. This is the essence of systemic racism. This becomes especially problematic when it comes to the police. African Americans are often afraid of the police and vice versa. Things can easily go downhill from there. Society often assigns the problems we can't or don't want to deal with to the police. Problems like homelessness or mental health issues. Problems that they are not trained or equipped to handle. We need to assign these kinds of tasks to agencies other than the police. Many could be assigned to a rapid response team within the county health department when this gets established. Others could be assigned to social service agencies. These could be partially funded by some of the funding now going to the police. Some funds could come from the CDBG money I believe is still going to the police department. We need to stop treating every problem as a police matter that requires a man with a gun. Police should be public servants. They generally don't need miliary hardware. Police and society need to recognize the endemic institutional racism and work to overcome it both personally and as a society. There is no room in our public institutions for people who don't believe that Black lives do matter. End of comment.
Great, thank you. Next.
Janice Heyman, 727 Stanbridge Road. I want to express my gratitude to Mayor Barbara Ann Keffer and the participating members of the UD Township Council, along with Upper Darby School Board, and all the people responsible for organizing the Upper Darby Community Day of Healing. I was inspired by the words shared by Representative Margot Davidson, School Board President Ed Brown, and County Councilwoman Monica Taylor. I was moved by the pastors that led us in prayer, the singers that inspired through their music, and the young Black female protesters, Diamond Gibbs and Riley Curry, who shared their passion and truth. It did my heart good to see that the crowd attending this event was made up of men and women of all colors and ages, carrying signs of support and respect for George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and all of the too many Black lives lost. The overall experience was healing, but also energizing and motivating, and made me proud of the first steps that our community leadership team is taking to work toward equal and fair treatment for Black residents of Upper Darby. I have one concern. Councilman Bonnet, Wagner, Burke, and Councilwoman Faralia were all conspicuously absent. It is unfortunate they could not find the time to participate in this event and show true township-wide unity and solidarity in this turbulent time. Thanks again to Mayor Keffer and all the organizers. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Can I just say something real quick?
Sure.
And that's it's difficult. So council and the mayor, these are all part-time jobs. Everybody has a different job and different schedules. So I would ask that everybody I would just ask that I believe that everybody on council and myself attend all the community events that we can. And sometimes we can't. And I don't think it's because we don't support something or whatever. I mean, I'm just saying this because I've been on council for 6 years before I became mayor. I was often accused of whatever, not supporting things because I wasn't there. Not able to make everything. Just, it's not possible for any of us. So that's all I just want to say, just as a general thing, as we go forward and we have more, we have different meetings and gatherings and events. I don't consider it a slight when somebody doesn't show up, because I know things happen. We all have families and we all have lives and jobs. So that's all I want to say, just as a generic. I wanted to say it a long time ago when I was accused of not showing things and not supporting, but I just would like to say that in general. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Hello, my name is Nicole Laria, 4103 Vernon Road, Drexel Hill. It was recently brought to the attention of many members of the community that UDTJ will be submitting a list, in their own words, demands in regard to police reform for the UDPD. Before any police reforms are even considered, we want to know how will Mayor Keffer and the council go about hearing the voices and opinions of the citizens of this township in regards to this matter. Many of us do not agree with these demands, and especially during these current times, it is crucial that all voices are heard for healing and moving forward. There is a vast majority of us who strongly stand behind our police department, and we want to make sure that our PD is receiving support and consideration from the mayor and council during this time. I will also be reaching out to Mayor Keffer directly in regards to a community town hall we would like to host in the near future. Our vast majority genuinely believes that this would be a legitimately truthful and productive way to have everyone be heard in the handling of many matters, especially any regarding police reform. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Ryan Reed.
Oh,
I just want to say something real quick.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say something real quick.
Yep.
I did sign on to the Obama pledge, but going forward, we're going to be very deliberative and take our time and listen. And we're not going to do things in a knee-jerk fashion or because we're just going to react to things as, reacting to different situations. And I do want to say that I think our police did a fantastic job and are continue to do a great job. We're working together in a lot of different ways, and maybe you're not seeing it all the time, but I think it's been through the COVID and the unrest that was really triggered and exploded with George Floyd. I think that we're doing a great job. We want to hear if we can do better. That's not an issue, but we're going to take our time, and people will be heard, and there will be very many possibilities for direct communication and town halls and all that once we get out of the yellow and I guess the green, when we can have 250 people in a room. We can do that too. So that's all I like. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Ryan Draving, small business owner, 46 Ashby Road, Upper Darby, PA. To our mayor, it feels like the few good politicians serving all the people are outnumbered by those who seek to serve themselves. In times like these, I am proud to be living in a town where our mayor is pledging to look closely at our police policies, reaffirming that the lives of our most vulnerable populations, including Black lives, are worth protecting. Please continue to stand for all of us. We are all depending on your courage and leadership. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Heyman, and my address is 309 Edmonds Avenue in Drexel Hill. I'd like to thank the council, the mayor, and CAO Vince Rangione on an outstanding job navigating the turbulence of the last few weeks and months. You were not handed an easy job. I doubt most of you thought you were signing up for a global pandemic that has so far killed at least 120,000 Americans, including dozens of residents, and the worst civil unrest that our nation has seen in half a century. You've also seen unemployment spike to its worst level since the Great Depression. You've managed to disperse civil unrest without some of the violence we've seen in other areas, while still standing with our community against racism. In a time of economic uncertainty, you've put in the work to create loans for our businesses and fed those of us who are in need. And at least for the most part, you never even needed to fight with residents on social media. I just wanted to say that as a resident, we see you. We know you're out there for us. We are all lucky to have you, even if some people would like to believe otherwise. Best, Andrew Heyman.
Great, thank you. Next.
Lisa Littlewood, 432 Vermont Road. Thank you to Mayor Keffer and her administration for their fast response to the issue at 69th Street and the local area with the protests and looting. You did an excellent job and the community thanks you. Also, congrats on your new baby, Mr. Rangione.
Great, thanks a lot. Next.
John Vizari, 353 Kirks Lane, Drexel Hill. Please explain to the residents of Upper Darby Township why leadership, specifically Council President Wentz, would participate in a protest outside of our police department on Saturday, June 13th, 2020. What specific actions did the Upper Darby Police Department inflict on members of the Upper Darby community that would warrant any member of this community's leadership team to protest against our men and women in blue? Additionally, that fact, Mayor Barbara Ann Keffer turned a blind eye to Laura Wentz's participation at the protest speaks volumes. No member of council or top admin should be protesting against departments that serve our community. I'm requesting that both the mayor and council president address this during the next council meeting.
Okay, so I want to address a whole lot of things that have come this way, all basically on the same topic of conversation. So specifically to the Black Lives Matters March that was on Saturday, June 13th, 2020, myself and Mayor Keffer and Superintendent Bernhardt were there for that march. Superintendent Bernhardt and the mayor started off, took part in the march in the very beginning down to the Township building. I continued on with them to the very end. I am definitely an activist for Black Lives Matter. I've mentioned numerous times before that the behavior of bad officers, basically the bad apples in the bunch, cause a great negative impact on the good apples, the good officers. And a lot of our officers in Upper Darby are the good officers, and they are just as upset and disgusted by behavior of the gentleman who put his knee for over 8 minutes on the neck of George Floyd and anyone else who was unnecessarily killed by an officer in that type of situation. So we've spoken to our officers in many instances on these issues. Township Council took part in the police academy this winter. We had a lot of these conversations with the officers at that time. So as far as me being part of that march, I was there as a resident, an activist, and as council president. During the course of the march, I checked in with our officers on a regular basis. I thanked them for being there. I was very, they would ask me on the direction of the marchers where they were going. I would always keep them up to speed on as far as all the information I knew. And they did an amazing job because after the police station, the marchers stayed in the street. And then in their approach to march back to Beverly Hills Middle School, they stayed in the street. They walked down Westchester Pike to 69th Street, 69th Street to Marshall Road. None of this was mapped out. None of this was predetermined. Our officers did an amazing job of leapfrogging, getting ahead of the protest itself, making sure that no cars or anything hurt or injured any of the protesters. They were amazing. They did a great job. I thanked them profusely. I sent a text to Superintendent Bernhardt after the event and thanked him for the officers and what an amazing job they did and asked him to forward my thanks to them. So that's my reaction to that question. As far as body cameras, we talked about it during Citizens, our police academy. One of the concerns was the servers themselves to maintain the videos. It's very expensive. You need a large space to contain all those servers because you have to keep those videos for life. And it's an expense that is not currently in our budget. And I don't know if it's something that would be able to be in our budget for next year, but it's something that Township Council and the mayor and superintendent and CAO Rongione, it's something that we're all talking about and finding a way that we can get it into the budget in the near future. It's not going to happen this year. It would have had to be in our budget in order for it to happen this year. As far as diversity to the Upper Darby Police Department, when the test comes out for people to take the test to join the police department, we need people of diversity to take that test. I've already spoken to Diamond from the UDJ, the Black Lives Matter group, about how we need all of her activists to apply for that test. It's a good paying job. We need them to come out. The only way we can diversify the Upper Darby Police Department is that diverse people apply. In reference to the Citizens Advisory, we would prefer a community advisory. Upper Darby Township is a refugee hub. When you say citizens, you're not including the 30,000 refugees that are immigrants in our community that aren't actually citizens of the United States. So if you want to be an all-inclusive advisory group, it should be called the Community Advisory Group. It is something that was discussed in the Events Committee and Public Safety. These two committees met separately. They talked about the concerns of Black Lives Matters and our police. Both had a lot of questions and so forth, and both committees are working on this issue separately and yet together because a lot of their members are the same. And so there are a lot of different programs that we're looking into, and that when they get formulated and finalized, we'll be, tapping into communicating with the mayor and superintendent and CAO Rangione to see what we can do to move things forward. We as a council 100% support our officers. I've said it in numerous occasions. I've actually said it on Facebook. We support our officers. We greatly appreciate how they treated our residents and our and our business owners and the workers in the businesses during that Sunday of the looting. They did an amazing job to keep our community safe, to protect the workers that were trapped in businesses that were being looted. They came to the rescue. So yes, our officers are supported. We do everything we can to let them know we care and support them. Talking about reform does not mean we don't support them. Talking about reform is things that we can do to improve our police department and the way we function as a township is not a bad thing. So I appreciate everyone who's made comments in reference to this issue. Know that this is a concern of all of ours, and we respect everyone. So yeah, so I think I covered the things I wanted to cover in reference to that. So, okay, sorry, that was a whole lot. A lot of stuff all at once. Does anyone else from the other committees that had, Don, I see your hand, but so I did reference the events committee and I did reference the public safety committee. I was just wondering if anyone from those two committees wanted to weigh in as far as things that was discussed to elaborate on. Councilman Hafiz Tunis?
Yeah, I wish Councilwoman Blackwell was able to get in because
She's here.
oh, she's here? Oh, okay. Okay,
Thank you.
that's great because after the initial first protest, Councilwoman Blackwell reached out to myself, Councilor Silver, and also Chairman Burke. And she had a document. She probably will talk about this more herself. But in our meeting, I was very happy that she asked Chairman Burke to put this meeting together. The premise of the meeting was how we can eradicate some of these issues from ever happening in Upper Darby Township. And it was a very good meeting. We discussed various issues. We started to have an ongoing dialogue with Superintendent Barnhart. We sent him some questions. He responded in a very, he had a very timely response. Chairman Burke sent it to us. Some of our questions were answered. I know that we, based on our scheduling, we are going to plan to meet again and follow up with the answers from those questions and move on. And as President Wentz said, it's not an overnight process. And I truly wish it was to get some of these things done. But this is the position our government's in. This is what we can do as council members, is to see what legislation we can create for Upper Darby Township. And I think that the meeting we had in the Public Safety Committee was a great start, and I'm happy we had that.
Great. Councilwoman Blackwell, did you want to weigh in since you were referred to? Did you want to give us a little background?
Sure, I just want to echo what Councilman Tunis stated. We did have a very good meeting. Councilman Burke did a very fine job in orchestrating so that we were able to discuss the issues. We'll send out the minutes to everyone on the committee, and we'll move forward from there. We're having positive dialogue. It's hard dialogue. It's not easy. It hurts. Some things we don't want to hear. We really don't want to talk about, but we're progressing. And that's the main point. We're progressing by talking, and we have to talk and discuss the issues in order to move forward.
Great, thank you. Councilman Burke, did you want to weigh in since it was your committee?
Councilman Hafiz Tunis and Councilwoman Blackwell covered everything. Thank you for their time.
Okay, great. Councilman Silva?
Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Councilman Tunis and Councilwoman Blackwell said. What we're trying to undertake, like to pass a lot of the reforms that people are saying, and actually really what the mayor also said. You don't want a knee-jerk reaction. You don't want to try to rush through these things. These are the process that we set in place now will determine the success of those ventures, and we want to make sure that these are successful. So we are going to take our time and be deliberate and try to make that process as open as possible. And I appreciate that Director Bernhardt has been so forthcoming and willing to help. And
Yes, I would echo that.
And it certainly makes me optimistic.
Awesome. Councilwoman Phillips, because I also referred to your events committee, did you want to weigh in reference to that meeting?
I just want to say that our meeting was similar to the Public Safety Committee. You know, we had some of the same dialogue that committee had. So it was it was similar to that committee, and we had good dialogue, and Representative Davison was in our committee also, and I think Councilwoman Blackwell was correct. You know, it needs to be dialogue about what it is that we're going to do as a township and as a governing body to represent everyone in our township, right? Because it is a hard conversation to have.
Yes.
Because we need to come together as a community for everyone. Just because we may be of different hue doesn't mean that we don't want to get along and respect one another. Because I respect the police, and I want them to get along with us, and vice versa. So, and I think policy needs to be made, because everyone wants law and order, but no one wants to not have law and order, if that makes sense, right? Mm-hmm. So, and I think we just need to come together and have some good legislation, and for our township and for everyone, not just for certain people.
Yes, good point. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, if you're out there and you think we're not hearing your voices, we hear you.
Yeah.
I think what we want to do is just make sure that anything we put forward to the public is strong, it can be enforced, and we can take away the event of any issues having it, because an issue is a life or death situation with things like this. So we want to be very careful and make sure that when we're putting something forward to the public in Upper Darby Township, that is strong and it protects our officers and our citizens. Right. So that's the ultimate goal. And like I always say, like Upper Darby, we're stronger together. So just always keep that in mind.
Right. Clarify, residents, what our legislation protects all of the residents of our township. Councilman Barnett, go ahead.
Thank you, Laura. For the last couple of years, or maybe 3 years of the former administration, the township had engaged a diversity trainer, and sort of a relative topic that I have a question about. The woman's name, who I remember, is Andrea Lawful Sanders. She was a professional diversity trainer. Every department of the township was required to participate in her training exercises, which they did, that included the police department, and it was made available to the council. I actually participated in it. I know Councilman Wagner and Councilwoman Feralia, as well as many of others sitting here in this present council, have participated in it. And I found it very enlightening and helpful to enlighten us on the special considerations among all of our communities in Upper Darby Township. And where does that stand at present in terms of their involvement in any process going forward dealing with the police department?
Councilman Bonnet, I was just curious, what did this have to do with the public comment? We're technically in public comment, so we were responding to the public comments that have been made so far. Your comment does not relate to a public.
But they had to, it's sort of involved.
But there was no comment.
It has to do with the sensitivity training to our various communities, and so it is related, in my opinion. Just a question.
Okay, it's interesting that you mention it at this point in time, because I was on council for 2 years while you were council president, and at no point in time did you mention this training as something I could have taken. So I do find that very interesting.
It was available to every council member, and it came through the administration, not through the council, by the way.
Yeah, I never heard of it. Never heard of it. In fact, I did hear about it when we had the police academy, and Superintendent Bernhardt had mentioned it as far as the officers went through that training, but never heard of it as council. So I'm sure that our current administration would make sure that there is continual sensitivity training, diversity training that would go on for in the future. So
is that firm still engaged?
I do not know, but
Did anybody answer that?
we can look into it in the future.
Yeah, sure.
Sure, go ahead, Vince.
I mean, I think it's a good question. I think it's a fair question. I think it's more the proper subject of either old business or new business than a public comment, but that firm is no longer engaged. And the administration's plan, frankly, prior to signing the Obama Foundation pledge, was to conduct a comprehensive review of, excuse me, all of our police department policies, as well as our diversity and inclusion policies, HR policies within the township. So rather than kind of a particular one-off with one company, the idea is to do a systemic review of all the policies and then make adjustments and changes and engage trainers and experts and whatever might be the result of that review. So that's where we are sort of on that specifically, and also a little more globally.
Right, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, so Allison, I know that we are technically still in public comment. If you'd like to continue public comment, that would be most excellent.
Dolores Lombardi, 29 South Kirkland Avenue, Upper Darby. Idea for 69th Street area businesses. In order to encourage business and to keep people safe from the spread of COVID-19, Westchester is closing some blocks of its main street, Gay Street, to cars. Restaurants and shops will use those blocks to set up tables and tents in the streets for outdoor dining and shopping. I wonder if Upper Darby could do something similar in any of its blocks in the 69th Street area. If that could happen soon, it would be an immediate help to businesses this summer and fall. Besides alleviating risks to health, the walkable environment without traffic and parked cars would be lovely and a draw in itself. There are also people interested in forming a citizens advisory group to continue progress on future improvements at 69th Street. One person has volunteered the graphic skills of her family business for improved signage. Another has ideas for an open brewery space. And there's a suggestion for improved lighting and security at the parking garage to encourage people to patronize 69th Street.
Great, thank you. Next.
My name is Marguerite Massaro, 712 Wildell Road, Drexel Hill. 2 questions regarding the Public Works Director's job requirements being downgraded to not requiring a civil engineering background. Similar government jobs require that status. I believe a typical PW director creates long-term plans for community development. I'm concerned about not requiring a background that will allow educated evaluations of projects for our township. Why is this requirement no longer necessary? Secondly, what is the status of the Drexel Line project? What stores will be going there, and what are the proposed start and end dates? Nothing has been mentioned about the Drexelbrook sign change at the corner of State and Wildell. We believe it was illegal for them to change the sign to a directional for the hotel. Please explain if anything has been done. Thank you, Meg.
So Allison, I just realized that the first part of her question relates to ordinance number 3077. As far as the civil engineering. Are you okay with us just shifting that part of her comment to that ordinance so that we can talk about it in time with the ordinance itself? Okay, thank you very much. And as far as her second question, Mayor Rangione, Mayor or Vince or CAO Rangione, who has his hand up, could you respond?
Yeah, sure. So on Drexel Line, those kind of specific details about particular stores and dates are not available, but in a broad sense, where we are, the developer has submitted plans for review. Those plans have been reviewed by the Delaware County Planning Commission as well as the township engineer, and a review letter has been sent back to the developer. So the ball is in the developer's court at this point. So that's sort of where we are in the process with the Drexel Line. The plans have been submitted, reviewed, and comments returned to the developer. We have had multiple meetings in person and on the phone with the developer and some of the major tenants involved. So the administration is, actively engaged and participating in the Drexel Line process. So that's where we are with the Drexel Line. As far as the sign on the Drexelbrook goes, it has been brought to our attention, and we have reviewed the sign. It's a little bit I don't know if it's confusing or if it's a misunderstanding. The new sign, excuse me, doesn't actually have a directional for the hotel, I believe. I think it mentions the name of the restaurant that exists, and that has, I think, always been a part of the Drexelbrook catering facility and offerings. So there's some debate with the zoning solicitor and other lawyers about the nature of the change in the sign and whether it actually is illegal or improper in any way. I think a lot of efforts have been made to reroute traffic to the Fern Boulevard main entrance, and the sign on Fern Boulevard is quite substantial and in the middle of the right of way. So I do think that there's a certain reality to when you live over in that area, people do go that way to get to the Drexelbrook, no matter how hard we try and how much we plan to reroute them to that main entrance. But it's not clear that the new sign is actually in violation of the regulation or the zoning code.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Barnett, go ahead.
Yes. I have taken a position that the sign is in violation. I think that's why I brought it to the attention of the township. Just one correction, Vince. That restaurant that is part of the hotel was never in Drexelbrook. It's there as part of the hotel. And thus, I think that is probably a major infraction, that it refers directionally to that restaurant, part of the hotel. Just a little history. When this went through the land development process for the hotel, there were many concerns expressed by people, not only on Willdell Avenue, but also on the Woodland Avenue, which sort of is perpendicular to Willdell and goes all the way down from passes through Vermont Road and goes all the way down to the Drexel Line Shopping Center. Many people were very concerned about additional traffic. So the Drexelbrook developers, the owners of Drexelbrook, that is, freely agreed to working with resolving, coming up with a resolution for that. And they agreed that they would direct all traffic away from those two streets. Obviously, the directional sign that existed before it was changed at Willdell and State could not be changed. That had a right to remain. And I think it, as far as the message that was originally delivered by that sign, has a right to remain. And Drexelbrook agreed to advertise and cause any signage to direct the entrance, the patrons to the hotel to an entrance at Fern and Vermont Road. Thus, as Vince, you said, the new sign which is located there to capture the attention of those that want to go to the hotel. So the major issue, I think, in violation is the fact that they are advertising the restaurant, which was never there before the hotel and is in fact part of the hotel. So that's what I have requested that be addressed. And I think that if we go back to this, the message at least, albeit it could be still a new sign, but the original message could not be changed. I don't think we had, I think it was made clear that we did not have the right to change the original message.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah, and
so-
look, we're very sympathetic to the traffic concerns of the folks that live on Woodland and Willdell. Absolutely. I mean, we do understand that. And I'd be very happy to try to engage the Drexelbrook in a conversation about the content of the sign. Our review indicates that I'm not certain that we will have the legal power to force them to change it, but I do think we can certainly engage them in a conversation and discuss it with them and see what they're willing to do. I would also say, I mean, the sign as it existed previously, you know, was kind of getting old and didn't look that good. The new sign is a much better looking sign, but I understand that that's not ultimately the point. The concern of the residents is about the traffic. And so I think I'd be happy to, you know, engage in a conversation with
I'd be happy to participate in that as well, as having
Okay.
been involved way back in the development process. But again, the fact there was an agreement signed, a land development agreement, within which they agreed essentially not to advertise the hotel entrance at Willdell. And I believe that, I think if we take your approach, Vince, we talk with the people at Drexelbrook, I think that we might have a good deal of success in prevailing. It's, again, I agree, we can't change the original message. They had the right to keep that message. And I think the new sign is certainly an improvement in regard to aesthetics.
Right.
The old sign was worn. So if we could and have a dialogue with Drexelbrook, hopefully we can prevail upon them to make that correction.
Also, I just out of curiosity, on the flip side of this entrance that's in the discussion is Fern Boulevard. And there are residents from Fern Boulevard that are now complaining that they're getting all this traffic, that their road is being repaved, and now there's all this traffic and trucks coming through. So I'm curious if in the original planning, if the residents of Fern Boulevard were part of the conversation at any point in time, because now from the one woman that I spoke to, it didn't seem like she was part of the conversation. And now she's shocked and amazed that there are not only a lot of vehicles coming down her street, but a lot of trucks. So I just want to put that out there that we need to talk to the residents at all the entrances to Drexelbrook so that we get a balance between the two, because obviously one side is pushing the traffic to the other side and the other side saying, whoa, 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 we've got too much traffic as it is. So I just want to put that out there that, we should make sure that both sides of the equation is spoke to.
Yeah, that's interesting. I have not gotten a single call from those residents, but be willing to have a conversation.
Okay, great. Great. Thank you. Okay, Allison, was there any others?
There was one more comment that came before 7 p.m.
Okay.
I will skip the parts that refer to specific ordinances and leave those for the public hearings, but I will read the ones that are not related to ordinances.
Okay.
Joe Clark and Sadie Thomas, 75 Houston Road. We are opposed to Resolution 17-20. We feel these fine increments are extreme. It was said at the meeting that they would not be stacked to the point of someone potentially being fined as much as $30,000 within a month's time. But there is nothing anywhere showing this. The way it is written allows for exactly that. There is at no point any time where a resident or a business owner should be allowed to be fined a third or even half the value of their property for property maintenance violations unless they have endangered a life. The way this is written, someone could possibly be fined tens of thousands of dollars for something as minor as high grass. This resolution needs to be revisited and revised to reflect how exactly these fines would be imposed. We are opposed to Resolution 22-20. There is no point changing any speed limit on any street in the township to 15 miles per hour when this speed limit is not enforced on the dozens of streets that already have 15-mile-per-hour speed limits. Stop signs aren't even enforced, and signage in some areas of the township is horrible. Changing the speed limit is not going to slow down the drivers already violating the current speed limit. In regards to last month's council meeting, we were appalled that Vince Rangione discounted the opinions of the residents who spoke against removing residency requirements. The residents and businesses of this township pay a salary and deserve respect from all township officials, especially when that official holds the highest appointed position in this township. We would also like to urge the township to recognize the proclamation that is already in place regarding Juneteenth and recognize Tailor-Made Vets and Jace in regards to their efforts and their platform to make Juneteenth an official recognized day of celebration in the township and allow for Juneteenth events to take place in Upper Darby Township and ran by TMV and JACE. This last part is from Joe and has nothing to do with Sadie. It is brought to my attention that someone from the administration wishes to have me fired from my job if I do not keep quiet on social media. I'm not going to attack any individual, but I will say this. First, good luck. Second, it is my constitutional right to speak my opinion. Where, when, and how I express my opinion is not for anyone in the township government or any other to dictate. My social media is mine alone and has nothing to do with my employer. Lastly, I've already contacted my attorney, and any further harassment or threats toward me regarding my opinion on my post will result in legal action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes the public comment received by 7 p.m. as advertised in the public notice. We did not receive any phone calls.
Okay, and then we may receive some leading up to ordinances specific to those ordinances, and then we technically end at the end of the public comment section. Awesome, thank you. Great, so, okay, so next up is me. Councilwoman Billups, was there something that you wanted to say during this time? You need to turn your mic on. There you go.
Thank you, Council President Wentz. No.
Okay. Okay. So then I just, great. So I just wanted to thank everyone for who have helped out with the food share programs that have come, that Township has done for everyone that has come on Wednesdays and Saturdays to help distribute the food. Thank you to the Township administration and the mayor for making that possible. It's been a great success. I just want to say to all of our residents that we do care about your opinion and your thoughts and concerns. We also care about your safety, and that also want to thank all the peaceful protesters in our township that are having their voices heard and have been respecting our officers, and our officers have been respecting you. So I just wanted to thank everyone for all of their awesomeness. So that's all I have. So Mayor Keffer, it's your turn. Go ahead. Yeah, your mic is on. You gotta turn your mic on. Wait,
Okay.
there you go.
So, hi, yeah, I have, it's a little bit long tonight, but
Go ahead.
we'll get through it. So there's a couple of housekeeping items. The flat rate for municipal taxes was extended to June 30th. The township building remains closed to the public since we're in the yellow phase. So please mail your tax payment in the envelope provided with your bill, or mail your payment directly to 100 Garrett Road, Upper Darby, 19082. The mercantile tax deadline was extended to July 15th, and that corresponds with the federal income tax extension. We are working in accordance with Governor Wolf's COVID mitigation plan and are in the yellow phase. As businesses reopen, we will be increasing metered parking enforcement to ensure that customers have access to parking as they support our township businesses. We continue to ticket for public safety related parking violations, such as parking in fire zones, next to fire hydrants, and at street corners, for example. This past Wednesday, as we've mentioned before in the meeting, in coordination with the school district, the township held a community day of healing with local speakers and singers from the faith community, community members, and district and elected officials. It was a good first step towards doing the actual work of correcting the systemic inequities in our local government and school district, and of bringing our community together in a good way. And as part of Wednesday's event, I announced that in coordination with Police Superintendent Bernhardt, I've signed the Obama Foundation, My Brother's Keeper Alliance Pledge, which compels us as an administration to review our use of force policies,
Woo-hoo.
to engage our community in the discussion, and listen to various experiences and stories as we chart our path forward. We will also publicly share our findings and ideas for reform, and we will reform our policies to better serve and protect all members of our community, taking into account the longstanding implicit and explicit biases that we have to acknowledge and overcome to make change real. Prior to this, the administration applied for and received from the State Department of Community and Economic Development admission to a management program to audit the best practices and efficiencies of the management of our police and fire departments. And before I read the Juneteenth National Day of Freedom Proclamation, I would like to say that for the first time ever, we have raised a Juneteenth flag on top of our township building, and my administration is thoroughly committed to increasing awareness and expanding the ways we recognize and commemorate this important day in our history. And in the spirit of expanding how we honor Juneteenth now and going forward, on our township website, upperdarby.org, we have a Google form entitled Juneteenth Business Recognition, where we are soliciting information from Black-owned businesses we would like to highlight. So please go to our website and complete the form. And now I'll read the Juneteenth National Freedom Day Proclamation. There are a lot of whereases in here, so brace yourselves. Whereas our country is made up of people from every nation on earth who are declared equal, not only in freedom, but also in justice, both of which are essential for a healthy human civilization. And whereas our nation was conceived on July 4th, 1776, with the Declaration of Independence, and the classic statement being, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas at 2 p.m. on New Year's Day, January 1st, 1863, using his war powers as president, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, providing that all persons held as slaves with any state or designated part of a state shall be thenceforward and forever free. And whereas the Emancipation Proclamation made the permanent abolition of slavery a Union aim and provided the legal framework for the emancipation of nearly 4 million slaves as the Union armies advanced. And whereas, hearing of the proclamation, many enslaved people escaped to Union lines as the Army units moved south. And whereas, on June 19th, 1865, nearly 2.5 years later, Major General Gorson Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, and announced the end of both the Civil War and slavery with this announcement. The people of Texas are informed that, in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, President Abraham Lincoln, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of personal rights and rights of property. And whereas on January 1st, 1980, Juneteenth became an official Texas state holiday. And whereas since then, 45 other states and the District of Columbia have also declared it an official holiday. And whereas Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf on June 19th, 2019, signed into law House Bill 619, recognizing that June 19th is Juneteenth National Freedom Day. Now, therefore, I, Barbara Ann Keffer, Upper Darby Township Mayor, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2020, Juneteenth National Freedom Day in Upper Darby Township, and I urge all residents to recognize its observance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Can you send a copy of that to me and Alexis so that we can get it in the minutes for next?
Yes,
month?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Good
Mayor.
job, Barbara Ann.
Thank you.
And thanks for flying the flag. That's really awesome.
Oh, sure.
It's awesome.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right, so we do have a nice long agenda of tons of fun coming up. So next up, we have committee reports, Planning, Zoning, and Building Code Committee, Chairman Councilman Gwynn with members Billups, Bonnet, and Tunis Jr. We're going to have a public hearing on ordinance number 3072. Can Solicitor Richardson give us a brief on this ordinance?
Thank you, President Wentz. How's my sound?
Sounds good.
Great, thank you. Ordinance 3072, an ordinance of the Township of Upper Darby, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, adopting the 2015 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code with amendments, the code for all residential and non-residential structures and properties in Upper Darby Township, establishing minimum requirements and standards for premises, structures, equipment, and facilities for light, ventilation, space, heating, sanitation, protection from the elements, a reasonable level of safety from fire and other hazards, and for a reasonable level of sanitary maintenance, providing for the responsibility of owners and owners' authorized agents, operators, and occupants, and providing for the occupancy of existing structures, premises, and for administration, enforcement, and penalties, repealing all inconsistent ordinances or parts thereof, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date. Now for be it ordained by the Upper Darby Township Council as follows. The Upper Darby Township adopts the 2015 International Property Maintenance Code with local amendments, including the addition of Section 705, which regulates fire safety inspections, Chapter 9, which regulates rental dwelling licenses, and Chapter 10, which regulates the sale of property. The International Property Maintenance Code can be found online. When there is a conflict between the 2015 International Property Maintenance Code and this ordinance and previous Upper Darby Township ordinances regulating property maintenance in the township, the provisions of this ordinance shall control to prevent conflict between the 2015 International Property Maintenance Code and previous township ordinances regulating property maintenance. Ordinance numbers 2621, 2736, 2845, 2891, 2905, 2919, 2939, 2951, 2992, and 3015 are repealed in their entirety. There are several amendments of the International Property Maintenance Code sections. Chapter 7 fire safety requirements are amended by inserting after section 704, section 705 fire safety inspections. This 2015 International Property Maintenance Code is amended by inserting chapter 9 rental dwelling licenses and inserting chapter 10 sale of property. There is a repealer, severability clause, and effective immediately after it's in legal enactment. Legal enactment. So ends the reading.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we, at this time, we'd like to open it up for a public hearing on ordinance number 3072. Allison, do we have any public comments for this ordinance?
No, Laura, there were no comments submitted.
Okay. All right, so seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. At this point in time, can we get a motion to approve ordinance number 3072? Councilmember,
Motion to approve.
okay, so a motion made
Second it.
Blackwell and seconded by Hefes Tunis. Okay, so at this point in time, are there any questions or concerns? Councilman Barnett, go ahead.
Thank you, President. I had expressed previously at the May 6th meeting, and I continue to have concerns about the ordinance not having been vetted properly in the community, and through solicitation of input from special interest groups like the realtors associations. I think this is a far-reaching ordinance. I'm not opposed to having this kind of ordinance. I just think it's premature to adopt it without having vetted it in a more thorough fashion. I want to go on record for that, as in regard to the fact that I'm going to be voting in opposition to it because of that fact.
Thank you. I do find that to be very, Sean, I see your hand, very interesting, since in the past with the sewer lateral, the real estate population, the agents had no problems within our advertising of the ordinance of making sure that their voices were heard. So I do find that statement to be very interesting, but I'm gonna call on Solicitor Kilkenny and Councilman Tunis.
Just real quick, Council. After the first reading of this ordinance, I did receive a call from Jamie Ridge of the Realtors because he had reviewed an older version of the ordinance related to some of the temporary permitting requirements. We showed him the up-to-date version with it, and he didn't say if he was for it or against it, but he did say that that provision was legal and he was satisfied with that. That's all I wanted to bring to your attention.
Great, thank you. Councilman Tunis?
Yes, yeah, I will be voting on this ordinance because I believe it creates a better quality of life in Upper Darby Township. I represent the 7th District, and my personal opinion is the 7th District has been greatly ignored, and this ordinance addresses a lot of the issues. Another thing this ordinance I think really addresses is the landlord-tenant issues that tend to happen on my side of town. Oftentimes I'm dealing with tenants that their landlord has violations, which would be violations under this ordinance, and they want to hold their landlord accountable, and they can't do that. And as I'm happy that administration have brought this forward because it addresses that. It addresses sanitary, it addresses fire, ventilation, space. It just creates a process from which we don't have. There's people at home that are thinking, why do I keep hearing process every time we bring an ordinance forward? Process. Because we're trying to create a process. These things don't have processes, or they don't have processes that are modern, and that it can be used within the whole township. This was in the committee where we went by page within the entire committee. There was also a bipartisan agreement to bring this forward to the council and to the meeting. So it's a lot of work been put into this, and I just want to stress that this creates a better quality of life in Upper Darby Township for everyone, and that's very important because there are young people growing up in this township right now that if this is put into place, they can see a different Upper Darby tomorrow. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Billups, did you want to speak? Were you just clapping your hands?
No, I want to speak.
Okay.
So I agree with Councilman Tunis because we did go line by line with this ordinance, and I agree because several people that live in my neighborhood also have some rental property, and they want to know how come systems weren't in place. And I'm glad that we will now have a system in place that's going to give renters an opportunity to have a process in place where they can go and say, where can I go and what needs to be done so my property that I rent can be fixed. So I'm glad there's something that's going to be in place for renters. So I appreciate that we're putting something in place because we need systems. Because without systems, things aren't going to get done without any organization. So I'm happy that this is going to be in place. And we painstakingly went through this process. And Councilman Barnett, I understand your objection. I can't agree with it, but I understand it. So thank you.
Solicitor Richardson?
Yes, thank you so much, Councilor Wentz. Just to add on to Solicitor Kilkenny's point, Section 1003, which is the violations provision, was completely redone as a result of our conversation with Jamie Ridge. So the entire section was revisited because he noted some objections. And after we did send him the corrected version, he didn't say anything beyond that, but he did say that he didn't say he was in agreement with it, but it was in accordance with the law as he understood it. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, that's good to know. Is there any other comments or concerns on this ordinance? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So at this point in time, we're going to have a roll call vote. So Councilwoman Billups, are you all set for a roll call?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go for it.
Councilman Tunis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Billups is a yes. Councilman Silva?
Yes.
Councilwoman Blackwell?
Yes.
Councilman Bob Gwynn?
Yes.
Councilman Burke?
Yes.
Councilman Sadiq?
Sadiq, you need to put your mic on.
Yes.
There you go.
Councilwoman Faralia?
No.
Councilman Barnett?
No.
Councilman Wagner?
No.
And Council President Wentz?
Yes.
3 no, and the rest are yes.
So 8 yes, 3 no.
Yes, ma'am.
So the ordinance number 3072 passes.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you. So, okay, so next up is The Finance and Appropriations Committee Chairman, Councilman Gwynn Jr. Members are Billups, Burke, and Silva.
16-20.
Your, what? Oh. I don't have, no, we're not, according to my agenda, we're going to the Finance Committee. Okay, just want to make sure. All right.
You're correct.
Okay, good. I got thrown off there. Okay, so next up, so we have resolution number 16-20 and Solicitor Richardson to give us a brief. So please turn off your microphones so that we hear her clearly. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Resolution 1620, a resolution of the Upper Darby Township Council establishing fees for fire safety inspections of commercial properties, repealing all inconsistent resolutions or parts thereof, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date. Whereas the Upper Darby Township Council has enacted Ordinance 3072, establishing the property maintenance code of Upper Darby Township. Whereas Chapter 7 of the code governs fire safety regulations for the township, which includes the minimum conditions and standards for fire safety relating to structures and exterior premises. Now therefore be it and hereby resolved by the Upper Darby Township Council and is hereby adopted and resolved by the authority of the same as follows. Section 1, the following fees are hereby established for fire safety inspections in accordance with Chapter 7 of the Upper Darby Township Property Maintenance Code. The fee for an inspection of a commercial property of less than 1,000 square feet shall be $150. The fee for inspection of a commercial property of 1,000 square feet or more, but less than 2,001 square feet shall be $250. The fee for the inspection of a commercial property of 2,001 square feet or more shall be $250 for the first 2,000 square feet and $25 for each additional 1,000 square feet. There's a repealer, a severability clause, and effective date of immediately. So ends the reading.
Great, thank you very much. Can we get a motion to approve resolution 16-20? Council members, turn on your mics so you can make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Blackwell. Is that right?
Yes.
Great. Are there any questions or concerns on this motion? I'm seeing none. Oh, Councilman Gwynn, go ahead. That's right, it's your room.
I suggest in line B, section 1, line B, that the thing be corrected to 2,000 square feet. So that anything that's 2001 is in C, and it won't confuse the people.
Oh, I see your typo. So you're saying that B is 2,000 square feet and C 2001, first 2001 square feet.
Or more.
Or more, right. Does that work for solicitors, Richardson?
President, once it's completely up to council. I think we drafted that way to make sure that we had a range that was covered on either end. But again, it's completely up to council on whatever they would like to do.
That's fine.
But if B goes to 2000 and then C starts 2001 forward, right?
So the copy that I have says 2001. B says 1,000 square feet or more, but less than 2,001 square feet.
Oh, I got you.
Then it says C is 2,001 square feet or more. So that's why it was set that way.
Okay.
But like I said, it's completely up to council.
No, that makes sense. Councilman Gwynn, do you understand the intent?
Okay, as long as it's spelled out.
Yes. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, any other questions or concerns? Okay, seeing none, please turn on your microphones, council members. All those in favor of passing resolution 16-20, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Burnett is a no.
No.
Wagner is a no. Any other no's? Okay. So 2 no's and 9 yeses.
I think Lisa voted no if I
voted
read her
no.
lips.
I'm sorry, I did not hear your voice, Lisa.
No.
I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
I was a no.
Okay, Feralia. All right, so then it's a 8 no and, or sorry, 3 no and 8 yes. Great. This resolution 16-20 passes. Okay, so next up, we have resolution number 17-20. If Solicitor Richardson can give us a brief, and everyone turn off your microphone so we can hear her clearly.
Thank you, President Lentz. Resolution 1720, a resolution of the Upper Darby Township Council establishing fines for property maintenance violations in Upper Darby Township, repealing all inconsistent resolutions or parts thereof, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date. Whereas the Upper Darby Township Council has enacted Ordinance 3072, establishing the property maintenance code of Upper Darby Township. And now therefore be it and hereby resolved by the Upper Darby Township Council and is hereby adopted and resolved by the authority of the same as follows. The following fines are hereby established for violations of the code and any other ordinances regulating property maintenance in Upper Darby Township. The penalty for the first violation of the code shall be enforced by the issuance of a ticket noting the violation or violations and shall be a fine of $25. The penalty for the second violation of the code shall be a fine of $200. The penalty for a third violation of the code shall be a fine of $500. The penalty for the fourth and subsequent violations of the code shall be a fine of $1,000. Each day that a violation of the code continues shall constitute a separate offense. Each section of the code that is violated shall constitute a separate offense. Upper Darby Township shall be entitled to recover the cost of prosecution of any violation of the code and actual attorney's fees incurred by the township for the prosecution of any violation of the code. Section 2 is a repealer clause. Section 3 is severability clause. And Section 4 is effective immediately. This resolution shall become effective immediately upon its legal adoption. So in 3.
Great, thank you. Can we get a motion to approve resolution 17-20? Please turn on your microphones. Bob, I see your hand as moved. Do we have
Second.
Tunis? Okay, at this point in time, are there any questions and concerns from council on this resolution?
No, no questions, no concerns.
Okay. Besides Councilwoman Blackwell, I see Councilman Silva. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I believe I've raised this question before, but as long as it maintained, I guess as long as people are working with the inspecting body to try to rectify the situation, that we're not continuing the fines. If people are making a good faith effort to correct them, it's just a concern of mine. But that is been my understanding, I guess, that that we will do that, and I just hope that we keep to it after the passage of this.
Okay, Chris McSween, I see you. If you want to weigh in just on that clarification, and then the mayor wanted to say something. Go ahead, Chris McSween.
Yes, the key thing in code enforcement is that we want to establish dialogue. We're not seeking to punish anyone by making them pay exorbitant amount of fines. We want them to take care of the property. So if there's an exchange of dialogue, we would definitely give them the opportunity to correct their violation. That's the best best outcome for us anyway. That's ultimately what we want, is for properties to do great, and not to have to continue to go back and forth with their property. But if they take care of it, we have dialogue, and that's optimal.
Great, thank you. Mayor Keffer, did you want to weigh in? You're
Yeah, no, just only to say, I stand by what Director McSween said, and this is not meant to be punitive, but it is meant to get people up on speed in a quicker way than the, what would you call it, where they go to court, the citation. I call that the citation system. This will usher in a ticketing system, and it's just really meant to get people up to speed sooner, and find out who the real possibly difficult landlords and owners are. That's all. It's just a little bit different. We hope that it works really well. Hope that you support it. So thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilman Siddiq?
Yeah, the resolution 1720, I heard that it's going to be effective soon. How soon it will affect?
It'll be taking effect this evening. Well, as soon as it's signed, so it'll be in effect tomorrow after I pass it around to everyone to sign it.
Okay, it means as soon as ASAP.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. It means I have to go out and cut my yard.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else have any questions or concerns on this resolution? Okay, seeing none. Turn your microphones on. All those in favor of supporting resolution 17-20, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, please say your name.
No,
Lisa.
Don Bonnet.
Lisa, John, and Tom Wagner. Great, and everyone else is a yes?
Yes.
Great. So 8 yes, 3 no. The resolution 17-20 passes. Great. Wonderful, moving along. Next up is resolution 21-20. If we can have Solicitor Kilkenny give us a brief, and everyone else turn off your mics so that we can hear him clearly.
Hi, thank you very much. Whereas the overall goal of the Watershed Restoration and Protection Program is to restore and maintain restored stream reaches impaired by uncontrolled discharge of non-point source polluted runoff, and ultimately to remove these streams from DEP's impaired waters lists. Whereas Act 13 of 2012 establishes the Marcellus Legacy Fund, which allocates funds to the Commonwealth Financing Agency for watershed restoration and protection projects. Whereas Upper Darby desires to establish bioswales in Nailers Run Park to address runoff issues, whereas this council believes it's in the interest of the township to apply for the Watershed Restoration and Protection Program grant. Now therefore be it resolved and adopted, the township is hereby authorized to submit an application for the Watershed Recreation and Protection Program in the amount of $130,023.65 to the Commonwealth Financing Authority. The township is hereby authorized to execute all documents and agreements between Morton Borough and the Commonwealth Financing Authority to facilitate and assist in obtaining the requested grant. 3, the township is authorized to provide such assurances, certificates, and supplemental data or revised data that may be requested in connection with the application, resolved and adopted this day in council chambers.
Great, thank you. Can we get a motion to approve resolution 21-20? Please,
I'd like
I see
to make
Gwen,
a
Second.
motion.
Gwen and Tunis. Okay, at this point in time, are there any questions or concerns on this resolution? I see Councilman Bonnet, please go ahead.
Just a question. What's Morton Borough's involvement in this? It was mentioned.
Mhm.
I think, I'd say they're part of the Eastern, what is it, Southeastern Delaware County Stormwater Collaborative. So I think we have to name them and all the things that we are
Okay.
applying for together, because of what we do counts for them, what they do counts for us.
And who else is part of that?
I didn't hear all the stuff that you heard, but I don't know. Sean, do you read the?
Were there others mentioned?
No other listed.
Well, I just wonder why we were just.
Okay, I'm sorry, because that's the Muckinapattis water.
There were no others listed.
Should there be?
Any legal requirement that they be. This is just a resolution to move forward that you'll just have to present to CFA, I assume.
Yeah, I was just curious as to why we singled out Morton Borough.
Yeah, I believe we will double check this for you, Councilman Bonnet. I believe that they're the other member of the Stormwater Collaborative that shares the Muckinapattis Stormwater Authority. And I believe that's why they're mentioned, but we will definitely double check.
Thank
that
you.
for you.
Thank you.
I do have one question.
Okay, Councilman Gwynn.
Is there any requirement of us matching any funds or any portion of these funds out of our coffers?
CAO, or go ahead.
All right, just give me 1 second.
Yep.
The one of the ones tonight has a match and one of them doesn't. I apologize. I believe there is a 15% match and it would be about $20,000.
Is that acceptable to the administration?
Yes.
15% is great. I mean, often it's 50-50 and sometimes it's higher than that. 15% is about the lowest I've seen, you know, in the last couple of years, unless somebody wants to, you know, correct that or can come up with an example of something that's even better than 15%.
I agree with you. That's the lowest match I've ever heard in any of our council meetings over the last 2 years. So.
I just want us to know what we're getting into, that's all.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely.
To give 20,000 and then we get 130,000 plus, that's a really good deal.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, Councilman Silva, did you want to weigh in?
No, I just had a question also. So is the grant would be used to Nailers Run or any of the other waterways in Upper Darby? Or is it just Nailers Run? Just that's what was mentioned in the proposal.
It's the only one mentioned, yeah.
Yeah, this one is Nailers Run specific. I'm sorry, was that the question?
Yep.
That was the question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, any other questions or concerns? Councilman Bonnet, go ahead.
So Muckinapattis is not involved in this?
That is correct.
The creek, no.
Okay.
This is the
So-
Nailers, yeah. No.
Well, then Nailers Run should not involve Morton, right? Or is there some reason they would be involved? You're going to get back to me. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought Morton was the ones who took the lead on the coalition in reference to stormwater in reference to the watershed. At some point in time over the last couple of years, I thought Morton had taken the lead on some things, and maybe that's why they're mentioned. I don't know.
If I'm being honest, I mean, look, we had a lot of technical difficulties this week at the Township building with the internet. So I mean, I apologize if there's a typo, and I will absolutely get it sorted out.
Okay. So we can,
get that.
all right, and we can pass the motion, pass the resolution, knowing that with the allocation of if there needs to be amended for clarification of different mentioning of different boroughs to be added to it or taken from it, we can do so with that, knowing that amendment in advance. Is that
Right.
fair to say for our solicitors that we're good to do?
Sure, and we can definitely adjust these things. And to be honest with you, in my experience, the Commonwealth Finance Authority just wants to see a resolution saying that Upper Darby wants to move forward, and with the signatures of the mayor and council president. They're not, I don't think they're going to dig too deeply into that, other than the whereas and that portion of the resolution.
Okay, great. So we will move forward to, because I see no more, any other questions or concerns? Okay, seeing none, we will move forward on the vote for 2120, given that if there are any slight changes need to be made based on other boroughs and townships that need to be listed or removed from the resolution based on what a CAO discovers tomorrow. Okay, are we cool with that?
Yes.
Okay, seems to have confirmation. So all those in favor of 21-20, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, please say your name. Nope, no opposed. Great, so it's unanimous. 11 yes. Thank you. So resolution 21-20 has passed. Okay, so next up we have Law and Government and Rules and Procedures Committee. Councilwoman Billups is the chair. Members are Councilwoman Blackwell and Silva. We are having an introduction of ordinance number 3074. If we can get Solicitor Kilkenny to give us that introduction, and please turn off your microphones so that we can hear him clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Wentz and Council. This ordinance introduction related to regulation of electronic devices was discussed at our committee meeting. So I'm going to go through it quickly so everybody understands again. And again, there would be, if council was comfortable with moving forward, they would make a motion to advertise at the end of it. So the purpose of this is the township provides employees with a variety of electronic communication information devices and systems in order to conduct business and deliver services to the public efficiently and effectively. Employees must work together to ensure the integrity of the township's governmental operations and avoid the inappropriate use of these devices and systems. The policy is intended to confirm appropriate authorized use of electronic communication and information devices, ECIDS, that are provided by the township to its employees and or other officials and contractors for the purpose of performing job functions, including communication, customer service, information processing, and research, and emergency response. This policy is intended to help deter unauthorized use of equipment and unauthorized access to township information and avoid the disruption of critical information and communication systems. Employees found to be in violation of this policy may be subject to disciplinary action up to and including termination. Policy. The availability of ECIDS within the work environment has provided many opportunities for enhancement of productivity and effectiveness. These new technologies also provided the opportunity for rapid transfer and broad distribution of sensitive information, that they can have damaging effects on many people, including the township as a local government entity, elected officials, employees utilizing these electronic systems, and other individuals. Therefore, it is the policy of the township and all ECIDS users as defined in this policy abide by the procedures set forth within. Electronics and communication devices and systems include, but are not limited to, smartphones, tablets, telephones, cellular telephones and two-way radios, personal computers, office computers, computer network and intranet, computer software, programs and applications, electronic mail and voicemail systems, paging systems, text messages, file sharing systems, electronic bulletin boards, internet service, mobile data, digital terminals, and/or computers and copy machines and facsimile machines owned, leased, or otherwise controlled by the township. Users, township employees, elected officials, and appointed officials, authorized contractors, and guests approved by the chief administrative officer and/or his or her designee. System administrator is the chief administrative officer and/or his or her designee. Ownership. All ECIDs, temporary or permanent electronic files or and related systems, devices purchased or leased by the township are the property of the township. These include but are not limited to documents, voicemail, and email messages, text messages, image, electronic files, spreadsheets. Users are responsible for the ECIDs assigned to them. Users may be held financially liable if ECIDs assigned to their exclusive use become lost and or intentionally or unintentionally damaged or destroyed. Users are advised that they do not maintain any right to privacy in ECIDs. Procedures and regulation. Township owned and controlled ECIDs are meant for township official business. Personal use of ECIDs should be kept to a minimum as described later in paragraph 5F. Prohibited personal uses include but are not limited to commercial promotional purposes and for profit businesses. A user may be engaged in or communication of any material of a political or religious nature. Files, software, and systems may not be copied for private benefit. Discretionary viewing, downloading, and or transmitting materials or messages other than required for police business that involve the use of obscene language, images, jokes, sexually explicit materials or messages that disparage or show hostility or harass any person, organization, group, or classification of individuals is strictly prohibited, whether or not the recipient has consented to or requested such material. The user shall notify the chief, the CAO. The township reserves the right to access for quality control of DCIDs. D, confidential, proprietary, or sensitive information may be disseminated only to authorized individuals when there is sufficient assurance that appropriate security of such information will be maintained. The system administrator shall determine who is an authorized user. Township owned or controlled ECIDs are designated and intended for conducting business of the township and are restricted for that purpose. 1, infrequent personal use is permissible if limited in scope and frequency. 2, users may make off-duty personal use of ECIDs for professional career development purposes in keeping within other provisions of the policy. 3, professional and career development means advancing or changing to a position currently listed as a job in any department of the township organization. G, users shall not install software applications or their materials without the CAO approval. Users shall not download any executable files, software, or other materials from the internet or external sources without approval. Users shall observe the copyright and licensing restrictions of all software applications and shall not copy software for internal or external sources unless legally authorized. J, users shall observe the copyright restrictions of any documents, images, or sounds sent through or stored on any township owned or controlled ECIDs. K, the system administrator must authorize all hardware repairs. L, users shall not permit any unauthorized person to use or access the township's electronic mail or other township owned or controlled ECIDs. M, to avoid breaches of security, users shall log off any personal computer or ECIDs. N, Any misuse or abuse of township-owned or controlled ECIDS, including violations in this policy, may result in disciplinary action. O, creating a website or social media page on the internet that has an appearance or of officially representing Upper Darby is prohibited without express written consent of the township administrator. P, the creation of official department web pages or social media pages will be at the direction of the township CAO. Q, using scanned images or digital photographs of any township employee or official township or department logo or patch or badge on a personal web page is prohibited without written approval. R, audits of all township-owned or controlled ECIDS systems may routinely be conducted by the system administrator. S, when operating a vehicle, the safe operation of the vehicle is the user's primary responsibility. There is an inconsistency clause, a severability clause, and an effective date. And again, this would be, if council want to move forward, it would be a motion to advertise.
Thank you. So at this point in time, can we get a motion to advertise ordinance number 3074? Please turn your microphones on. I saw Councilman Gwynn waved and Councilman Burke. Ms. Blackwell, I'll get you next one, okay? Gwynn.
You still have a question?
Laura, I have a question.
Burke, were you seconding or asking a question?
I have a couple questions.
Yes, but did you second it?
No, I did not.
Okay, so Blackwell seconded. Are your questions to the advertising of the ordinance?
No, it's not.
Okay, then your questions will have to wait until later because
Okay.
there is no discussion on the ordinance, only the advertising of the ordinance itself.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. Are there any questions or concerns to the advertisement of the ordinance 3074? Was that a wave, Wagner, of a yes, you have a question to the advertisement?
Yes, I have a question.
A question to the advertisement?
That's my question. I don't understand why our discussion should be limited to the advertisement. If we have things to discuss about this ordinance, let's discuss them. Let's not play games.
This is the first reading. The first reading, there is no discussion on an ordinance in the first reading. As per your years and years of experience in the past, there was never discussion at the first reading of any kind. So
This has been a long evening already.
So this is just an advertisement motion. In the previous time, we didn't make motions to advertise.
All right, just go on.
This is one of the differences.
You're not gonna get into discussions of it for obvious
It's
reasons, I guess.
Only for advertisement. So if we have no comments or concerns on the advertisements of motion of ordinance number 3074, nope, I'm seeing none. So all those in favor of advertising ordinance number 3074, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those who are opposed, please say your name.
No.
Lisa.
Okay, who else is opposed?
Brian.
Lisa.
I got you, Lisa. I got Brian. Anyone else opposed to the advertisement?
Tom Wagner.
Wagner, great.
Don Bonnet.
And Don Bennett. Okay, anyone else opposed? Okay, any abstains? Seeing none, it is 7 yes, 4 no. Great. So we're moving on to the introduction of ordinance number 3075. If we can get Solicitor Kilkenny to give us a introduction on ordinance number 3075, please mute your microphones so that we can hear him clearly.
Thank you very much, President Wentz. An ordinance of Upper Darby Township, Delaware County, setting personnel policies for township employees, regulating their use of social media. A, the following is Upper Darby's township. Township also represents township social media policy. The absence of or lack of explicit reference to a specific site does not limit the extent of the application of this policy. Where no policy or guideline exists, employees shall use their professional judgment and make the most prudent action possible. Consult with a supervisor if you are uncertain. Violation of this policy by any employee may result in disciplinary action up to including immediate discharge. Online social media includes web-based communities, hosted services and application social networking sites such as Facebook, Instagram, MySpace, video sharing sites such as Snapchat, YouTube, and Hulu, photo sharing sites such as Flickr, wikis, Wikipedia, blogs, Twitter, business networking sites such as LinkedIn and Plaxo. The policy complements all other Upper Darby Township policies and should be used in conjunction with them. The policy also affects Upper Darby appointed officials and anyone representing the township in an official capacity. Appointed officials can maintain pages independently specific to their respective offices. Those websites, pages, etc., must also abide by the rules of this ordinance. Prohibited use of social media at the workplace or while on duty. Employees may not access online social media using any communications devices, including but not limited to computers and smartphones at the workplace or while otherwise engaged in official municipal business. The only exceptions to this above prohibition are when employees are directed to access online social media by their supervisor or when obtaining such access is required by their job. Use of social media outside workplace or while off duty. Employees use social media outside the office while off of duty reflects not only on their character, but on the township as well. Employees should be aware that most social media postings are public in the broadest sense of the word and will remain in the public domain for a very long time. These restrictions are not designated to violate First Amendment rights, but to protect the township and its personnel from social media postings which violate the rights of others, including their right to privacy. Where appropriate, employees will be held fully accountable for knowingly engaging in any of the following misconduct involving their use of social media. Posting, harassing, threatening, or discriminatory comments about other township employees or officials. The transmission of messages or images, including videos that are offensive, derogatory, defamatory, sexual, and comment when such messages or images are plainly associated with or directed at the township or its personnel. Posting any information or conducting any online activity that may violate local, state, or federal laws or regulations. Unauthorized disclosure of confidential or proprietary information. Posting comments or images that misrepresent township policies and actions. Posting messages or images on social media which defame, harass, or bully other township personnel or otherwise create a hostile work environment for them. Posting statements or images on behalf of the township or using the township's name or email address unless expressly authorized by the CAO. Posting unauthorized communications with the media concerning official township business. Posting confidential details of any official investigations such that disclosure of the information would violate state or federal law. Posting statements or images by police personnel that conduct unbecoming an officer, including but not limited to racial, ethnic, or religious disparagement. Any social media posts from township employees or appointed officials from any device or township equipment will be prohibited if posted, including but not limited to hate speech, slander, pornography, etc. Disclaimer: the township is not responsible for material viewed or downloaded from the internet by municipal employees. Employees using social media do it at their own risk. Employees have no expectation of privacy in anything they create, store, send, or receive on the township's communication equipments or systems. There is an inconsistency clause, a severability clause, and an effective date. And again, this does not apply, would not apply to elected officials. It would apply to appointed officials and township employees. If council wants to move forward, this would be a motion to advertise.
Thank you. So at this point in time, can we get a motion to advertise ordinance number 3075? I see Councilman Gwynn waving to move the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Phillips. Gwynn. Oops. Is there any questions or concerns on the action of advertising ordinance number 5? Lisa, I see your hand up. Is that for the advertisement?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So when you have all employees, all township employees, that includes.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but we're only the motion is only to advertise the ordinance. We are not discussing the ordinance at this time because this is a first reading. The discussion of the ordinance will take place at the next meeting where it would then.
I'm not discussing the ordinance.
You're asking a question about the ordinance specifically, correct?
I'm just asking if something is in there, if it pertains to that, what the solicitor read.
That's specific to the ordinance, and the motion that's on the floor is to advertise the ordinance.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Was there someone else that had a question? Silva, Councilman Silva?
Yes, how are we planning to advertise the ordinance, and in what, and I'm assuming that would also be for the preceding ordinance as well, but I just wanted to know where to direct people.
Yes, so we normally make if the advertisement will go out tomorrow under normal circumstances to go in the News of Delaware County on next Thursday is the normal procedure. If we are too close to the date of the, if we don't have that extra week in between the advertising of the public meeting and the meeting itself, then it goes into the Daily Times. But since we're 2 weeks away, we're able to submit the advertisement tomorrow for the public notice, and then it'll be posted in the next Thursday, which will be 7 days in advance of the meeting.
Okay, so it would be the following Thursday's News of Delaware County.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
If for anything that is short notice, we go into the Daily Times. Councilman Gwynn, you had a question?
Will it also be advertised or placed on the website, the council website?
Yes. Yes, it goes in onto the council website. It also goes onto our social media page for council, and then council members share it as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Alexis, did you want to weigh in since you are the one who posts it? Alexis, can you clarify for us?
Sure. I actually was just going to say that when, in other words, the second reading will be at the council meeting next month. So we will have it in the paper within a 2-week time period for the next meeting. Okay, so it won't be advertised so quickly because that'll be very far away from that meeting.
Good point.
So we might wait a little bit.
Yes, thank you. That is a very good point. So it'll be advertised by, we'll submit it.
It'll probably be the week after. And you are correct in what you said, that when we have the time, it goes in the News of Delaware County. You know, if we're under time constraints, it goes into the Daily Times. But this should absolutely go into the News of Delaware County because we have enough time before the second reading.
Okay, great. So when we do post it, when the public notice goes out to the News of Delaware County, I will send it to council so that you have it to share with your residents. Okay?
And it'll also be on the website.
Yes, it'll be on the website and then it'll be on social media as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I was thinking that it needed to happen a lot sooner, forgetting that we'll be voting on it on July 15th. So
right, I just didn't want people to be looking for it so soon.
Next week, right? So, and that's not the case. Okay, great.
Thank you.
So it would likely be July 2nd would be the date it would be in publication.
That sounds correct. If that is, I'm not looking at the calendar, but if that is Wednesday or Thursday of that week. That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Second. Okay, any other questions or concerns on the advertisement of ordinance number 3075? Councilman Wagner, question on the advertisement? Do you have a question on the advertisement? You gotta turn your, oh, I turned your mic off, hold on. You go ahead and turn your mic on. There you go.
Got it. Yes, I have a concern regarding the advertisement. I would like to make a motion not to advertise this ordinance.
We have a motion on the floor that's made and seconded. So in order to not advertise is to vote no.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or concerns? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of advertising ordinance number 3075, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, please say your name and turn your mic on.
Lisa.
I'm Wagner.
I'm Bonnet.
Wagner. Bonnet. Anyone else? Okay, everyone, and any abstains?
I
All right.
Did you get Lisa?
Yeah, Lisa was the first one. She was quick like money. So I got Lisa, I got Wagner, I got Bonnet for a no. Okay, so that is a 3 no and 8 yes. Okay. Great. So next up is a public hearing on ordinance number 3077. Well, before the public hearing, we're going to have a brief on ordinance number 3077. Solicitor Kilkenny, can you please give us that brief prior to the public hearing? And if everyone can turn off your microphones so that we can hear Solicitor Kilkenny clearly.
Sure. Ordinance 3077, an ordinance of Upper Darby Township, Delaware County, amending the Upper Darby Township Administrative Code to remove the requirement that the Director of Public Works must be a registered civil engineer, and to remove provisions requiring the Director of Public Works to serve as a township engineer, repealing all inconsistent ordinances or parts thereof, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date. Now, therefore, section 5.24 of the Upper Darby Administrative Code is amended as follows. The Department of Public Works shall be headed by a director who shall be responsible to the mayor and chief administrative officer for the performance of function of the department. 2, section 5.25A of the Upper Darby Administrative Code is amended as follows. At the direction of the mayor or CAO, provide for engineering services for the township. And then 3, all ordinances or parts thereof inconsistent with this ordinance are hereby repealed. And this ordinance is severable and its effective date shall be in accordance with section 702C of the Home Rule Charter.
Great, thank you. At this point in time, I'd like to conduct a public hearing of ordinance number 3077. If we can please get Allison to read our public comments record. Thank you.
Marguerite Massaro, 712 Wildell Avenue, or Whittle Road, Drexel Hill, PA. Regarding the Public Works Director's job requirements being downgraded to not requiring a civil engineering background, similar government jobs require that status. I believe a typical Public Works Director creates long-term plans for community development. I'm concerned about not requiring a background that will allow educated evaluations of projects for our township. Why is this requirement no longer necessary? End of comment.
Okay. Are there any other?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Joe Clark, Sadie Thomas, 75 Houston Road. We are opposed to ordinance 3077 unless the township will be hiring a township engineer. We realize the importance of hiring third-party engineers. However, we feel with a municipality this size, the township should also have its own engineer. We also do not feel that ordinances should be written in order to remove someone from their job just to replace them with someone possibly less qualified in order to be rid of someone that isn't liked and replaced with someone who is a friend or acquaintance to the administration. And we feel that is being done. End of comment.
Okay. Okay, are there any other comments? Sorry, CAO Rangioni would like to weigh in. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, the Director of Public Works position was vacant when the mayor took office. So no one has been removed from this position based on anything at all. So the position was vacant when the mayor took office. Just to specifically respond to that one point, that is not accurate or happening.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Great. Are there any other public comments for this?
There were no other comments submitted for ordinance 3077.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So at this point in time, I'm going to close the public hearing for ordinance number 3077. Can we get a motion to approve ordinance number 3077?
I make a motion that we approve it.
Okay.
And I'd like to second that motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Hafiz.
Oops. And then Hafiz. I did see Councilman Gwynn waving, but I just wanted to give others an opportunity.
That's okay.
At this point in time, since it has been moved and seconded, are there any questions or concerns on ordinance number 3077?
Get off his bed. He wants to go lay on his bed. You keep laying.
Okay, I am seeing Councilman Silva. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I know we've been looking for a head of the Department of Public Works. I think that's an extremely important department that we should have a head for. I am concerned sometimes that we have requirements that we usually have third-party people come in to do a lot of. Sometimes the requirements seem like superfluous to some degree, and I feel like this is one, and it just makes it too difficult for us to locate a person to administer like the Department of Public Works, which is again an extremely important department, and we really do need someone there. I think that this is a good ordinance for us to move forward with, so we can have someone in that position because it's critical to the township. So. And again, you know, to echo what Chief Administrative Officer Rangione said, we're not moving someone out. There's simply not someone there, and maybe by removing this requirement will allow us to put someone in this important position.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions or concerns on ordinance number 3077? Okay, Councilman Barnett. You got in just in time. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I'm just curious as to what, again, we had some discussion about this at the May 6th meeting, but since then, what are we doing to deal with engineering services? And I realize a lot of communities hire outside engineers, and that's perfectly acceptable to do so. I thought I heard that, maybe the mayor said last meeting that OPU is requiring that we do have a civil engineer on staff. Is that correct?
So Allison Lee's position, which she, I think, vacated at least 2 months ago. I think it was pre-COVID. The description mandates that that person be a professional engineer. So we will be hiring other positions as we move out of this phase that we're in right now with COVID. But so we feel like, because we spent so much in the past on, we had, I think, 3 professional engineers prior to the new administration being sworn in, and a large number of outside engineering firms working for us. So if we have to have one and it's embedded into this union contract, and then that's what we'll kind of focus on fulfilling. We need engineers. We need them for a lot of different projects that are going on. It's not like we're anti-engineer. This is just, I personally think that the position of the Department of Public Works needs to be somebody that knows what it's like to work sanitation, signs, the electrical divisions there now. And I never understood why we had an engineer, but it was embedded in the original Home Rule Charter. So we're just sort of kind of working around that and trying to figure out something that's best for us now.
So if I hear correctly, then we are obligated under the OPU contract to have at least the number 2 position as a licensed professional engineer.
Yeah, for now, yes, that's true. Yep.
For now, until what, a new contract might be negotiated. Is that what you're saying?
Well, just for
It's a
now,
requirement.
that's what the job description entails.
Okay, but that is the contract requirement?
If I'll clarify.
Yes, please.
It's not required by the collective bargaining agreement, but it is required by the job description as it's currently written.
Got it.
So to change the job description is a less formal negotiation with the union that we can engage in outside of the larger collective bargaining process. So it is possible that we could negotiate a change to that job description with the union before we renegotiate the whole contract. But every negotiation has a cost and a timeline. So and when we do go to change job descriptions, the union, rightly has questions and input and things. But I think that's what the mayor is trying to say. As currently written, that job description requires the professional engineering certification. And if I could just add some detail to what the mayor was saying, and also to be responsive to some questions that council has had in the past, I was able to compile these numbers. In 2019, in salary, we spent about $370,963 for 3 professional engineers. If you add their benefits package, it probably adds another $75,000, $80,000 to that total. So that would be about $450,000 or $460,000 in salary and benefits for in-house engineers. And even with spending that $450,000 on in-house engineers, we spent another $150,000 on outside third-party engineering services, split between 5 different engineering firms. So I think the feeling of the current administration is that with that $600,000 we spent on engineering services, we're able to create a more efficient structure and get all the engineering services we need, while also saving the township some money by eliminating this requirement, and also sort of renegotiating with our third-party engineers. So I think it was mentioned, one of the primary engineering responsibilities is land development review, and we've engaged Mike Galante and Associates to do that work. That work was previously done by Catania Engineering. Catania Engineering is still involved in some ongoing projects and other things, but those are just some of the numbers and sort of reasons why we want to do this. Public Works really does consist of 2 major parts: the operational component of sanitation, sewer, signs, etc., and then the planning component, which is heavy in engineering. right now, Joe Martin is the interim director. He was appointed by the previous administration as the director of electrical, and he's got a very strong background in the operational aspects of the department. So you kind of have to choose one or the other for the most part. Do you want somebody who's strong on the operations or strong on the engineering? And this provides us the flexibility to empower Joe Martin, who again has been with the township for a long time, appointed by previous administrations and so on. So that's kind of a broad and particular view of what we're trying to do here with some details. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, actually, can you also, do you have what the budget for 2019 was for the engineering department?
Well, those salaries are the budgeted salary numbers.
But the extra 150,000?
I'm not 100% sure how that was budgeted for, or if that was budgeted for. I would have to go back and confirm that for you.
Okay. Are there any other, thank you for all that information. That was very helpful. And then I see Councilman Wagner. Go ahead.
Thank you, Laura. I just wanted to clarify something here. As a practical matter, it was at least my understanding anyway that one of the reasons, at least, if not the reason why we're doing this, is to carry out a plan for Mr. Martin to fill this position permanently. I think most of us believe he's done a very good job and is a good person in that role. I'd like to know, is that still the plan?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak to for the mayor necessarily, but we agree. He's done an excellent job. And we do, I don't think there's any reason at this point to believe that we wouldn't continue with that as a plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Are there any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, can we get a roll call vote, Councilwoman Billups, on ordinance number 3077?
Laura, just really quick to interrupt.
Yes.
Councilman Burnett has texted me that he lost internet, so I think he is trying to reconnect to the meeting.
Okay, and it looks like Lisa is on. Oh, okay. So Lisa, you'll need to come back and join us.
I'm here.
Okay, great. Sorry, you just didn't have your video, so I want to make sure you were here. And then we'll give Councilman Burnett a moment to get back into the equation.
Okay.
So question to the solicitors, could we move forward with a roll call vote and then when he hops on, get his vote on that ordinance? Or do we have to wait for him to get back on before we continue?
You have a quorum right now. You can conduct business.
Okay. So, okay, so we're going to continue with the roll call vote. Hopefully he will get back on in time. If not, I will still give him the courtesy to weigh in because he has been here the whole time. Councilwoman Billups, can you lead our way on a roll call vote for ordinance number 3077?
Yes, Council President Wentz. Councilman Tunis?
Yes.
And Michelle Billows is a yes. Councilman Silver,
Yes.
Councilwoman Blackwell,
Yes.
Councilman Gwen,
Yes.
Councilman Burke,
Yes.
Councilman Siddiq,
Yes.
Councilwoman Faralia,
No.
Councilman Bonnet.
So we're gonna hold,
Right.
we're gonna hold him.
Yes. Councilman Wagner,
Yes.
Was that a yes, Wagner?
Yes.
Okay,
and Council President Wentz.
yes.
You just
Okay,
have to wait for Bonnet, Councilman Bonnet.
okay, so we will give him a little time to get back on and we'll revisit it, but I think we can move forward. Because technically there is a quorum that has supported the vote, but I just. out of
There's no
courtesy-
legal requirement to, you're
Wait.
being courteous, but there's no legal requirement. The ordinance is passed.
Yes, the ordinance
Yeah.
has passed. I just,
Yeah.
Great. So the ordinance has passed, but we will give him a chance to, and I think that's him coming on. So let's just, Councilman Bonnet, is that you?
That is me. Sorry
Aha.
about that. My internet went down and trying to reboot the computer, it wants to update everything. So
Of course, of course. So we were just completing the roll call vote for ordinance number 3077. What is your vote?
yes,
Okay, great. Thank you. So the ordinance passes 10 yes, 1 no. Okay. Great. So we are moving on. Was 77. To ordinance number 3078. If we can have a reading of ordinance number 3078 by Solicitor Kilkenny. If everyone can mute your microphones so that we can hear him clearly.
Thank you very much, President Wentz. An ordinance of the Township of Upper Darby, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, amending the Upper Darby Administrative Code to convert the electrical department to the electrical division and place it under the supervision and control of the Department of Public Works, repealing all inconsistent ordinances or parts thereof, providing a severability clause and providing an effective date. Now therefore, Upper Darby hereby ordains Section 5.32 through 5.34, inclusive of the Upper Darby Administrative Code, are hereby deleted in their entirety and labeled intentionally left blank. Section 5.25 of the Upper Darby Administrative Code is amended to add a new subsection J as follows. J, direct and administer an electrical division which shall be responsible for installing and maintaining electrical and traffic signalization equipment in or on township-owned property or property for which a township is responsible. The electrical division shall, 1, install and maintain traffic control signals and flashing warning devices. 2, install and maintain the electrical lighting, street lighting appliances and equipment in all township facilities. 3, cooperate with other departments and governmental agencies to accomplish 1 and 2 above. 3, all ordinances or parts thereof inconsistent with this ordinance are hereby repealed. To the extent of inconsistency, this ordinance is severable and shall be effective in accordance with Section 702C of the Home Rule Charter.
Great. Can we Allison back on? We're going to conduct a public hearing of ordinance number 3078. If Allison can read to us any public comments that she may have.
Yes, there was one comment from Joe Clark and Sadie Thomas on 3078. So Joe Clark, Sadie Thomas, 75 Houston Road. We are opposed to ordinance 3078 as written. We are not opposed to the electrical department being moved under Public Works. However, we feel they should retain their own management within that is qualified within the duties of that department. That management would report to the Public Works Director. End of comment. And that concludes all comments for this ordinance.
Great, thank you very much. Great. Sorry, I put my notes in the wrong spot. Okay, great. So at this point in time, I'd like to, now that there are no other public comments, I'd like to officially close the public hearing. And at this point in time, can I get a motion to pass ordinance 3078? Council members, I see Councilman Gwynn with his hand up, and then Councilman
Second.
Tunis second. Sorry, Silva, they were faster than you. So Gwynn and Tunis. Okay, are there any questions or concerns on this ordinance at this time? I am Councilman Bonnet, because you are no longer on video. I don't know if you are waving your hand. So Councilman Bonnet, there you go. Do you have any questions or concerns on this ordinance?
No.
Okay, I can't see you anymore, so I can't see you waving. So I just wanted to
No.
double check with you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilman Silva, did you have a question or concern?
No, no, I think it's good that we'll be able to kind of streamline the government here a little bit, and I think this overall will be a benefit. So that's all.
Great. Okay, anyone else? Question or concern? Nope. Okay, I'm seeing none. At this point in time, Councilwoman Billups, can you give us a roll call vote of ordinance number 3078?
Councilman Tunis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Billups is a yes. Councilman Silva,
Yes.
Councilwoman Blackwell,
Yes.
Councilman Gwynn,
Yes.
Councilman Burke,
Yes.
Councilman Siddiq,
Yes.
Councilwoman Faralia,
Lisa, you need to turn your mic on.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett,
Yes.
Councilman Wagner,
Yes.
and Council President Wentz.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Great. Wonderful. Great. So ordinance number 3078 has passed unanimously. Fabulous. Great. Next up is ordinance number 3079, introduction of this ordinance. Can we have Solicitor Kilkenny to read us the first reading of ordinance number 3079? Please turn off all microphones so that we can hear him perfectly.
Sure. Upper Darby Township hereby ordains section 2.03 meetings of the Township's Administrative Code is amended as follows by adding paragraphs D, E, F, and G. D, council shall have 2 publicly advertised voting meetings per month that are compliant with the Home Rule Charter, the Administrative Code of the Township, all duly enacted ordinances of the Township, the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the United States. E, the first voting meeting shall be a workshop format in which council committees shall meet as a whole and discuss proposed ordinances and resolutions and matters within the jurisdiction of their committee. If a majority of the committee members are satisfied with the proposed ordinances and resolutions, they may ask a quorum of council assembled at the workshop meeting to vote to advertise the proposed ordinance and or move forward the resolution for final action at a future council meeting. The first voting meeting is intended to be a workshop format whereby final action on an ordinance or resolution is discouraged and reserved for emergency circumstances only. The second voting meeting shall be a public meeting whereby a quorum of council may take action on the advertised ordinances or recommended resolutions. G, Upper Darby Council and residents will maintain professional respect for each other. Council encourages free speech. However, civility is required when which would prohibit threats, profanity, scandalous, impertinent, and redundant comment, or any comment the discernible purpose of which is is to disrupt or prevent the conduct of the business of this meeting. All ordinances or parts thereof are repealed if they're inconsistent. There's a severability clause.
Great, thank you. Because this is the first reading of ordinance number 3079, can I get a motion to advertise ordinance number 3079? Councilman Gwynn and then Sadiq. Sorry, I saw Sadiq's fingers up at two, Gwynn and Sadiq. Are there any questions or concerns on the advertising of ordinance number 3079? Okay, I'm seeing none. Please turn on, council members, please turn on your microphones. All those in favor of the advertisement of ordinance number 3079, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, please say your name.
Tom Wagner.
Okay, anyone else opposing?
How's Don?
Okay, Don, Don. Don,
I
are
am opposed.
you opposed?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I am opposed.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, everyone else is a yes. So that is a 2 no and a 9 yes to advertise. So thank you very much. Ordinance number 3079 will be advertised. Great. So at this point in time, we are moving on to the Public Safety Committee. Councilman Burke is the chairman. Council members Blackwell, Silva, and Tunis Jr. are members of the committee. We are going to discuss resolution 2220. Can Solicitor Kilkenny give us a brief on this resolution? Your microphone so that we can hear him clearly.
Okay. This is resolution 2220, Madam President.
Yes.
Okay, great. Resolution 2220. Whereas ordinance 2141 of the Upper Darby Township fixes the maximum speed for vehicles at 15 miles per hour speed limit within certain businesses or residence districts and imposes penalties for the violation thereof. Now, therefore, be it resolved that ordinance number 2141 be in the same hereby amended and supplemented by adding to section 1 of the following: establishing 15 miles per hour speed limit on the 900 block of Mason Avenue, adopted and resolved this day in council chambers.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to approve resolution 22-20?
So moved.
Second.
Wagner and seconded by Blackwell.
I have a question.
So Phillips, you have a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, I was just curious. I drove 15 miles today, just out of research. And 15 miles is really slow. Not saying that you have to be speeding, right? So one, my question is, how is 15 miles going to be enforced? 2, can it be enforced? And 3, are people going to be ticketed?
Okay. All right, so based on that information.
Wait, Councilman Blackwell, or Councilwoman Blackwell, I'm sorry. She's asked 3 questions. We need to get clarifications from our powers that be on whether or not it can be, whether or not they can be enforced. My understanding from past meetings as a council member that we were told repeatedly that due to PennDOT, we could not enforce anything slower than 25 miles per hour.
Unless it's a school zone.
Unless it's a school zone.
Okay.
And with that in mind, Councilwoman Faralia had mentioned at the previous meeting that the 15 mile per hours in her district have been enforced. So I think we need a little more clarification from a lawyer from our solicitors. Do we have, or CIO, do we have any clarification on whether or not 15 miles per hour could be enforced?
Courtney, can you speak on that? Because I know you kind of researched the issue.
Yes, thank you. So the issue is that it can be enforced. However, a traffic study has to be done. And from my understanding, a traffic study has not been done to kind of support the suggestion of a 15 miles per hour speed limit.
Okay. Just so my other question. So, how big is this street, or maybe how small is this street? I guess that's my question. Yes.
Okay, so Councilman Wagner, you're the one who brought this to the table. Do you want to weigh in on the size of the street?
Or it is a street that is very typical throughout Upper Darby and in the 3rd District in particular. Honestly, Councilwoman Billups, I don't know the exact number of houses on the street, but on this block, but I'm going to estimate something like 20 or so. It's a lot of kids on the block. The background of this is that we have 15-mile-an-hour speed limit signs posted on a great many blocks throughout the township. And the way this has always been approached in the past, and the way this one came about too, is that the residents on that block signed a petition. 80%, more than 80% of them signed a petition requesting it. Enforcement is unlikely because there isn't a police officer there all the time on the street, as there isn't on any other street either. Rather, and the police have told me in the past and told many others that they agree with this, it's a deterrent. It is simply one measure among several others to try to get people to slow down. Seeing the sign is what's really going on here, rather than so much enforcement. Sometimes there's enforcement, but that's generally only if it's requested, usually by the council person there. I've done that myself. I'm sure others on council have too, where you've contacted the police and asked them to post an officer on a given block or at a given intersection. Then you get much more enforcement, but that's only for a limited amount of time. Obviously, they can't be there all the time. So given all that, the residents of this particular block, like many others, have signed a petition asking for 15-mile-an-hour speed limit signs to be posted on their block as one means among others of trying to get people to slow down. That's what this is really about.
Okay.
All right, so due to the resources that are required, I'm going to rescind my decision.
I guess that's my next question. How
Due
many
to the resources that are required, I'm rescinding my decision, and I'm going to abstain on this one.
Well,
because of the police resources that are required.
Councilwoman Blackwell, 1, I haven't given you the floor yet. 2, we're still finishing out with Councilwoman Billups. We haven't voted. We're at the discussion side. You can have seconded a motion to have the conversation and then not vote on it later.
Council President Wentz, can I just ask a question? Because I actually only saw this resolution later this evening. Courtney, real quick, did you have the question I have in this is a resolution that amends an ordinance, which a resolution can't amend an ordinance. So I was wondering if the ordinance section allowed it to be amended by resolution. If so, then that's good. If not, we have to do an ordinance to amend an ordinance.
Well,
the only reason why I bring this up is I first saw this at around 6:20 tonight.
So actually, I'm really glad you asked that question, because when you had said months ago that only an ordinance could revise another ordinance and not a resolution, when I said that we've had hundreds of resolutions amending ordinances, this is the type that I was talking about.
So you can, if the enabling legislation says, you set traffic regulations, and then it says can be adjusted by resolution of municipal council. And in fact, I like that strategy with other ordinances because it's quicker and easier. What concerns me, because I hadn't had an opportunity to look at this until 6:20 tonight or whatever, it's an ordinance, resolution amending an ordinance, and I'm not sure if that's allowed in that section of the Upper Darby Code.
Good question. Courtney, did you want to?
So to Sean's point, section 7017 of the Home Rule Charter specifically states that to amend or repeal any ordinance previously adopted has to be done by ordinance. But if we had a copy of that, the enabling legislation, we should be able to see if there's any caveats that allow for the resolution. So I think that's to Sean's point.
That's the question. Sometimes it is, but it depends. Yeah.
Okay.
So what can we do? What can we do about this?
I recommend.
Go ahead.
I recommend that we table this, but absent unless someone has some other information. That's all.
I'll make a motion to table this.
Okay.
I'd like to second that motion as well.
Okay. So motion to table.
And I believe Councilor Gwynn was waving his hand quite a bit. President.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I had Blackwell, Silva, Gwynn, and Tunis on my list of people who wanted to speak. So, but right now we're in the process of tabling this. So it's been moved and seconded to table this resolution. Are there any questions and concerns on the action of tabling? Councilman Gwynn?
I have a question. If, as far as the tabling, I understand the intent of the tabling, but my question is, if that ordinance was amended previously by resolution and in a pattern of doing so, that you see that there were other things, does that set a precedent to allow this to go through as a resolution?
No, it does not. What we would need to see is when we look in the ordinance, it says can be adjusted from time to time by resolution. And ordinarily I would have looked at that. I'm not trying to throw a monkey wrench in here, but just because I saw this that late, I didn't have an opportunity to do that. So I apologize. Myself and Ms. Richardson will get right on this tomorrow. And it could be back in front of you, next month very easily. Or even just an ordinance form. Yeah.
Right. And then I would also say that if this is tabled, then we should also look into the traffic study side of the equation, because based on what Solicitor Richardson has already said, it would not be able to be enforced without a traffic study. So therefore, we should probably move forward with a traffic study regardless in order to make sure it's a valid ordinance / resolution, depending on the outcome. It's just my thought. Councilman Burke, you had a question?
We have the resolution for tabling.
We are on the tabling.
Councilwoman Wentz, does that mean we'd have to do a traffic study for every block and every street of the township that has a 15-mile-an-hour speed sign?
I would think we may have to go back and look at the previous because these types of resolutions from the past have all been done via resolution for 15-mile-per-hour speed limit, for a stop sign, for all those things. So depending on what we discover depends on what we have to do.
To answer Councilor Burke's question, Ms. Richardson, I believe that's a PennDOT requirement, though. Isn't that correct?
Not all roads are state roads.
Yeah, yes. But it's still, the mile per hour issue.
So PennDOT allows for municipalities to make applicable speed restrictions on their roads. However, it can't just be done without more information that's requiring the health, safety, and welfare of a municipality. So it's just, they need more information is more or less what they're asking for. Does that help clarify?
Yeah, and I think Councilor Gwynn or Councilor Burke brought up, is there a distinction between a state road and a local road related to that?
Yes, so state roads are not of the purview of the municipality. It's a purview of PennDOT in the Commonwealth. Those local roads are the purview of the municipality. And like I said, they have the ability to make changes. However, it just depends on if the proper studies have been done.
Okay.
Okay. Councilman Burke, or do you still have questions?
Yes, just one more question. Ms. Richardson just said about the safety. Wouldn't 80% of the people that live on the 900 block consider the study of safety of the children, that we wouldn't have to spend the money?
So, yeah.
Sorry, we lost you.
Fortunately or unfortunately, it's the citizens aren't to do the traffic study. I mean, as much as it kind of puts it on the radar of the municipality to say, hey, this is something that we should look at, but the police typically do the traffic study. That's usually who does it because that's kind of their purview.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have, sorry, I was taking some notes. So on the table is the motion to, has been moved and seconded to table resolution 2220.
Call the vote.
I'm working on it, thank you. Thank you very much. So for all those who are in favor of tabling resolution 22-20, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, please say your name.
Tom Wagner.
Tom Wagner.
Don Bonnet.
Don. Anyone else
Brian.
opposing? Brian, you're
Yes.
okay. And Lisa, your microphone's off. So if you were voting, Lisa, you're still muted, Lisa. Lisa?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Oh, I lost you. Can you unmute yourself? Lisa, can you unmute yourself? Lisa, can you unmute yourself? There you are. Do you support to take? I lost you again. Do you support to table? Or no tabling? Go ahead, Lisa.
Can you hear me?
I can. It's weird. Go ahead. Do you support to table or not to table? Go ahead, Lisa.
Not to table.
Okay. Okay, so we have 4 is a no and 7 is a yes. So resolution 2220 has been tabled. So solicitors, if you can research ordinance number 2141 to verify if we can make adjustments to it by resolution, and then we should, and if and how, so that we can fix that for the future, as well as if we can get a traffic study on the 900 block, right? The 900 block of Mason Ave to make sure that the police confer with the request of residents. So that would probably go to, does it go, CAO Rangiani, does it go to you for the traffic study?
Oh, it's the chief, superintendent.
Superintendent, so we'll direct superintendent
Yeah.
To do that traffic study for us. Great, so because he can do the traffic study while you're researching how we make the amendment. Councilman Wagner, you had a question?
Yes. Really concerned about spending township resources to do a traffic study every time the residents of one block ask to have 15-mile-an-hour the speed limit signs, or any other type of sign for that matter, posted on their block. I have never heard of the requirement to do a traffic study for a purpose like this before. I think it is way overkill, and I think we're spending our money unnecessarily. It's a slippery slope and a dangerous precedent. to say that we need to do that. Because 80% of the people who live on the block have already said they want this sign erected.
I would say that if PennDOT requires it, then that is what we have to do. Councilman Gwynn, you wanted to weigh in, and then CAO had a question. Gwynn, go ahead. You need to unmute yourself.
Excuse me. Tom, can you tell me what the current mile per hour is that is allowed on that street? 25, 35? What are they had as a posted speed limit?
I can tell you there is no posted speed limit on that street right now.
There has to be.
I don't think there is.
No speed limit. So there's no speed limit anywhere on Mason Ave?
Not that I'm aware of. Now, you can prove me wrong by driving up and down that. You mean that block, that 900 block of Mason Ave you're talking about? I doubt there are speed limit signs on it now. I could be wrong.
Well, if there's nothing listed, then it's a default to 25 miles per hour.
Which is probably what it would be on that block, is what I'm saying. I would be surprised to learn that there are speed limit signs listed there now, or rather posted there now. I don't think so, but I haven't driven that block in at least a month or more, so I don't know for sure.
Okay, and CAO Rangione?
Yeah, I'm not certain about the posted speed limit on the 900 block there and what its current status is, but I would actually agree with Councilman Wagner with his comments regarding the cost benefit of the township expending these resources. There's a little bit of nuance here. I mean, if we were adamant about collecting the fine on a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, the traffic study would be required in order for the enforcement to hold up in court on that traffic ticket. But to Councilman Wagner's earlier point, the primary purpose of the posted 15-mile-an-hour speed limit is as a deterrent, and so that people can know that the community would prefer that people slow down in their neighborhood on that block and drive at a reasonable pace. And so I think the reality is that we can achieve 75, 85, 95% of our goal or purpose by simply doing what the residents are asking and posting the 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. If someone were to get a ticket and be familiar with the nuances of PennDOT and the law and so on, and fight that ticket, they may be able to prevail if there was no corresponding traffic study. But that's pretty far in the weeds and pretty far down the line. So I think the council, has a strategic and policy decision about exactly what they're trying to accomplish. If the goal is simply to help the people in the neighborhood, encourage people to slow down and provide a deterrent, we can post the limit. And in fact, police officers can even issue the tickets. It's just a question of if you got all the way to the point of that ticket being contested and the resident, brought forward the information about the lack of a traffic study, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So a little bit of a policy subtlety there. But I think on the broad point, Councilman Wagner is correct that spending the money for the traffic study, probably not a great idea from the administration's perspective as well.
Well, question, if there's 80% of 80% of the population is saying that they want a speed bump, if 80% of the population.
Councilwoman Blackwell, I need to acknowledge you before you can speak. I'm sorry, but okay, go ahead. I mean, Silva was ahead of you, so go ahead, because you're very passionate right now. So I'm sorry to stop you, but you got to let me call on you before you start to speak. Okay? Go for it, Blackwell. Work on it.
Matt, I'll let Matt go. Go ahead, Matt. Councilman Silva, you can go.
Okay, Councilman Silva.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. I was just going to echo what CAO Rongione and Councilman Wagner already said, I don't see the point in us looking to find a way. We're basically looking at like the legal requirements to enforce a tabled ordinance at this point. That being said, if this ordinance comes up, I do have some issues with it, but we're not an ordinance or resolution, however it turns out to be. But I'll bring them up when it's on the floor again. But at this time, yeah, I agree that we shouldn't do a traffic study it just seems like a waste of resources and cutting an unnecessary corner. That's all.
Okay. Councilwoman Blackwell?
We discuss other options like a speed bump that is less cheaper and less expensive.
We don't do speed bumps. We've talked about speed humps. The mayor discussed on having some speed humps as a prototype before COVID-19 on Owen Road and Parkview. But because of COVID-19, those were put on hold. So I don't think the speed hump thing would happen just yet. So council.
But it would be less expensive though, and it's a different option to deter traffic. Less expensive than doing a traffic sign and having police resources being allocated to that particular spot.
The traffic sign, I think, is less expensive than the speed hump itself, because the speed hump would require laying asphalt down in a hump type scenario versus erecting a sign. But you're right, we should check the cost difference between a sign versus a speed hump. It's definitely something to compare. Okay, Councilwoman Phillips.
I agree that a traffic study might not be the wisest thing to do, since our budget is not probably capable of funding that. My question was about the whole 15 miles and the enforcement and what would that look like? And just an FYI, I looked on Google Maps, and there are stop signs on that street. And it's other signs on that street, but it's not a 25-mile sign on it. So I did look on Google Maps. So there's not a sign on it about how many miles per hour, but there are stop signs on the block. So so yeah, so I do agree that it should be tabled, but I'm not so sure about the
traffic study.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think since you have many people on that block saying that they want the sign, and if the solicitors can look into whatever that means, ordinance versus resolution, and what came first, and whatever that looks like, and if it's tabled, and they can work on that and they can get back to us, I think that's the way to go about it.
Okay. Councilman Tunis?
Yeah, just kind of backpacking off of what Councilwoman Phillips said. When I voted to table, keep in mind, the conversation about the study happened after the vote, to my recollection. I was voting because Solicitor Kilkenny said there may be an issue with the resolution and the ordinance. I support neighborhoods coming together, collective, and making a decision. But the reason why I voted to table it is to make sure when we enact this, it can stay there. It can be put in place. There shouldn't be no issues. So this is really just, the reason why I'm tabling it is just really to protect the residents' wishes, and to make sure that when this is enacted, that it isn't hurting any ordinances or messing things up, because it is a wide street. I'm curious to see if the 1000 block of Mason Avenue would like this too, because they're both separated by Bond Avenue, and or the 800 block. So, but the request is for the 900 block, and the table, what we voted to table on, was to make sure that it wasn't in conflict with any other ordinances.
Right. And just to add, they're like plastic versus plastic bumps instead of asphalt bumps. So it depends on what it's made out. So it's made out of different types of material. They're not all asphalt.
In order to do a hump, we can't do bumps. We cannot do speed bumps because speed
Plastic bumps.
Okay, so we can discuss plastic humps in the future. I don't think we have them in our township as of yet.
We need to be innovative and maybe get them and save us some money.
Okay, so that's you still gotta let me call on you.
Can I comment?
As far as the speed humps, I think, I mean, I'm the one who started the conversation on the traffic study based on what Solicitor Richardson had mentioned during the discussion of the resolution itself. Everyone agrees that it is not worthwhile to do a traffic study, so therefore we will not do a traffic study. We have asked the solicitors to look into ordinance number 2141 to see what is the best way to amend that ordinance for future requests and so forth. And so when it comes back again, then we can ask our questions about that particular ordinance / resolution. And therefore we do not have to continue the conversation on a traffic study, since majority of council already agrees that a traffic study at this point in time would not make any sense and would not be cost efficient for our township. So with that being said, are we good to forward? Councilman Bonnet. Go ahead.
You acknowledging me?
Yes, Councilman Bonnet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Why don't we just go ahead and put the signs up, approve the resolution, satisfy 80% or more of the people that have asked for this, and at least allow it to be a deterrent. And perhaps while we do that, we can look into the issue of doing a traffic study. We don't know what a traffic study involves. It may be inconsequential cost-wise if we don't have to hire a traffic engineer, if we have the capability of doing that within our own staff, which we don't know whether we do or don't until we look into it. But at least if we were to put those signs up like we've always done, it serves in the interest of public safety as a deterrent to advise people that they need to drive slowly on that street.
Real quick,
Go ahead.
Council President, in my experience, a traffic study just requires the township or another township's traffic control officer going out and doing observations, writing a report, and that's it. It doesn't require an engineer or anything more than that, but that's,
Okay, but
my experience. Yeah.
Thank you.
Look, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So just to clarify, we have already tabled resolution 2220. Because it has already been tabled, we're not going back to vote on it because we've already tabled it. Okay, so it's already been tabled. So we're moving forward. Okay, great. It's been tabled. Now we're moving forward. Our next, where was I? 22, I got all discombobulated. 2220 is tabled. All right, so moving forward. We are entering into Public Health and Environmental Affairs Committee with Councilman Silva as chair and members being Councilwoman Billups, Councilman Siddiq, and Councilman Tunis Jr. We are doing an introduction of ordinance number 3080. If we can have Solicitor Richardson give us a first reading of ordinance number 3080. Everyone turn off your microphones so that we can hear her clearly.
Thank you, President Wentz. Ordinance 3080, an ordinance of Upper Darby Township, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, amending ordinance 2584, permitting the keeping of honeybee hives in the township, subject to certain conditions and regulations, repealing all inconsistent ordinances, resolutions, or parts thereof, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date. All right, whereas honeybees are a benefit of humankind in Pennsylvania in particular by providing agriculture, fruit and garden pollination services, and by furnishing honey and other useful products. Whereas Pennsylvania is among the leading states in honey production and agricultural products associated with beekeeping throughout the United States. And whereas in 2017, the Penn State College of Agricultural Services adopted a pollinator protection plan with recommendations for providing more habitat and support for endangered pollinators, including honeybees. Whereas domestic strains of honeybees have been selectively bred for desirable traits, including gentleness, honey production, tendency not to swarm, and non-aggressive behavior characteristics, which are desirable to foster and maintain. And whereas gentle strains of honeybees can be maintained within populated areas in reasonable densities without causing a nuisance if the bees are properly located and carefully managed. And the township therefore desires to adopt regulations that permit beekeeping within the township subject to certain regulations and conditions intended to avoid the creation of any nuisance association with beekeeping. Now therefore be it and hereby ordained by the Upper Darby Township Council and hereby enacted or ordained by the authority of the same as follows. Ordinance 2584 entitled Beekeeping is amended as follows. Section 1, beekeeping, there's a preamble. The preamble is adopted. There are 11 definitions. There is requirements for registration, certification, and permits. Maximum number of hive depending on the acreage of a lot, or excuse me, the size of a lot, hive type, location of hives, the orientation, food and water, inspections, provisions for nuisance, and prohibitions. There is a repealer clause, a severability clause, and effective immediately clause. So when's the reading?
Great, thank you very much. At this point in time, can I get a motion to advertise ordinance number 3080? Motion to advertise.
So moved.
Silva, and seconded by Tunis. Great. Do we have any questions and concerns on the advertisement of ordinance number 3080? Don, I'm going to... Don, I muted you earlier. Do you have any questions or concerns on the advertisement of ordinance number 3080?
No, I don't advertising it. No, thank you.
Okay. I'm seeing none from everyone else. So all those in favor of advertising ordinance number 3080, please signify by saying aye.
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 You guys turn your microphones on, Blackwell, too?
Aye.
Okay. Anyone opposed, please say your name.
Don.
Okay, Don. Anyone else opposed to advertising? Okay, so 1 no, 10 yes. So ordinance number 3080 moves forward towards for advertisement. Okay, moving on. We are moving on to actually an update on COVID-19. So if the mayor would like to, or CAO would like to give us an update of where you kind of did on your speech, but I wasn't sure if there was anything else, Mayor, that you wanted to add for COVID-19.
Not ready, except to say that it looks like Governor Wolf is issuing, phase change at the end of the week. So we have to wait till Friday. And then, maybe we'll still be in yellow, maybe we're in green. We are following the governor's directives because we were applying for state aid. So stay in good graces with him. I think what we've been doing is working pretty well. We haven't had a lot of people that have been sick with COVID that work for the township in all the departments, which has been great. And I know we've been kind of cautious, but we're in the and businesses are starting to open, and we're trying to prepare ourselves as best we can for when we enter the green stage. So I don't know if Allison's a little bit more in tune, or Vincent, and they might be able to add something to what I just said. But
okay, Allison, would you like to add a little bit to it?
I know we're getting questions about permits. We won't be issuing permits until we are in the green phase at the very least. We're also getting questions about parks and playgrounds. Again, we're just really looking to the governor and this Department of Health for guidance. So, you know, encouraging residents to make sure that they're signed up for the Delco alerts so that when the mayor sends out additional guidance that they're receiving that information. They should also be checking our website on a regular basis.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, great. Lisa, you have your hand up. Is that previous? Okay, I just wanted to double check. Okay, cool. All right, great. Thank you for the update on COVID-19. So then next up, we have municipal services licensing and public works. Councilman Burke is the chairman. Members are Councilman Sadiq, Wagner, and Tunis Jr. We have resolution 23-20. Solicitor Kilkenny, can you please give us a brief on this resolution?
Thank you very much, Madam President. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the officials of Upper Darby Township, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, in a regular session assembled on the 7th day of June 2020, to hereby make application to County Council of Delaware County for an allocation of county liquid fuel funds in the amount of $89,168 to be used in the improvement of resurfacing various streets throughout the township, estimated cost of $89,168. It is certified by the municipality and the officers who execute this application that all materials used and work done thereunder shall conform to the current Pennsylvania Department of Transportation specifications or specifications approved by the department, and that all work will be done within the legal right of way or with permission of the abutting property and its owners. Resolved today in council chambers.
Great, thank you. Can we get a motion to pass resolution 23-20? I see Councilman. Do we have a second? Tunis? Tunis. Okay, so are there any questions or concerns on resolution 23-20? Questions or concerns? Okay, I'm seeing none. So all those in favor of resolution 23-20, please, everyone turn your microphones on. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say your name. Hearing none. It's unanimous. 11 yes. Great, so 23-20 has been passed. Great. Okay, hold on. Next up is solicitors. Do you have a report for us?
Well, thank you very much. It's been a busy month in Upper Darby. Ms. Richardson and I have been hard at work on many ordinances, resolutions that you have seen here tonight, and we'll see in future weeks. It's been a pleasure to work with the administration and staff in these difficult times. And plus, if anyone has any specific questions, I see that you can see our office has been very busy.
Great, thank you. So we have an echo. Don, I'm going to mute your. Don, are you using your phone or your computer for sound? There you go. Great. Creating an echo. Okay, so moving on to old business. Is there anyone from council that has old business to bring? I see Lisa. Okay, go ahead, Lisa.
I just wanted to know what we're still doing with the right to knows, because I've applied twice to right to know. And it was 30 days, and now we're reaching 60 days. And then I sent another one in last week, I believe. So what is our time frame with that now, and why is it taking so long for something that should be really easy to do for what I was requesting?
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. So I apologize. We have had a number of issues at the Township building, including but not limited to the right to know clerk being out sick from work for an extended period of time. I also was off for a very short period of time with the birth of the baby. And more recently, we've lost over a week to technology issues at the Township building. Our internet and server continue to be down. And so it's not just your request, Councilwoman Paralia. We have, unfortunately, a bit of a backlog in the right to know area. And so I do have most of the information that you requested compiled, and I am trying to get it out to you and other requesters as quickly as possible. We have hit a number of those hurdles that I just mentioned, and as a matter of fact, I'm still operating off of a hotspot at the Township building, so it's just been a little bit more difficult than usual to compile the information and get it out the door. So I mean, that's on us for sure, and we will get it. We will get the IT situation corrected and the backlog of right to knows cleared up as quickly as we possibly can.
All right.
Anything else, Lisa?
No. Oh yeah, I did also need, I had said it at last meeting we have, I need a list of all the parks that are around. If somebody could forward me that list. This is like my third time asking for that too.
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else have any old business for council? I see Councilman Bonnet, go ahead.
Thank you, President Wentz. At our May 6th meeting, we had a good deal of conversation about proposed ordinance 3076, and it also revolved around the residency requirement. And it was determined that it would be best to put this ordinance back into the committee, the Rules and Procedures Committee, I believe. And it had to do with investigating and resolving the mistake that was made in August by the previous council with regard to a typographical error. Where does that stand?
Councilwoman Phillips, we did meet, the committee did meet. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask you to have the minutes ready from your meeting.
Yeah.
Are you able to respond?
So yes, thank you, Council President Wentz. Law and Government did meet, and let me pull up my minutes if you can give me a minute or so. Pull it up on my phone.
So while she's looking for the minutes, are you okay if we move forward to see if anyone else has any old business, and then we'll get back to the answer to your question, Don? Are you okay with that?
That's fine.
Okay, does anyone else have any old business for the council? Councilman Wagner, go ahead.
I had to unmute myself, sorry. At our last meeting, we had a discussion regarding a development at the zoning hearing board, which I was very disturbed by, and I hope others were disturbed by it. in which the zoning board, really just 3 members of the zoning board, because the other 2 weren't there, decided on their own that they felt a provision of our zoning ordinance was illegal on the advice of their solicitor, and therefore just chose not to follow it. I think that's a procedure that is very problematic. It cuts council completely out of that process, and it's just not their role to decide what part of the ordinance they like and don't like, or they're going to enforce and not enforce. So that our solicitor, Mr. Kilkenny, was going to discuss that, I believe, with their solicitor, and I'd like to get an update on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wagner, and I regret not including that in my solicitor's report. Yes, right after your council meeting, myself, Ms. Richardson, Mr. McSween, and Peter Musso had a conference call, and I brought up your concerns from the last council meeting, and so we talked. There are probably 3 provisions of our current ordinance that we're going to ask council to consider revising. Ms. Richardson has been working on a draft of that. And we're going to do a couple things. We're going to freshen up our definition of family. We are going to talk about parking requirements and distance requirements to be in line with current federal law. And we are also going to also recommend the council, besides defining group home, also define sober living home as well, because they're kind of different uses, and there's been a lot of law evolving on these 2 different areas. Ms. Richardson had gotten me a draft. I had a few potential changes or things to add. My firm is a group of, this is a very litigious area, as everybody knows. We'd gone around to kind of discuss where we had been as a group, but I anticipate very soon a draft being forwarded to council and the administration for review. Ms. Richardson, did you have anything to add with that, or?
No, I think you covered everything. We were just adding from the draft that we had, we were adding the definition of a sober living home to be in compliance with federal statute and guidelines. And I think we can probably get that to council to at least President Wentz tomorrow. Unfortunately, I understand Councilman Wagner's concerns, but based on your point regarding litigious, this is actually above the council in terms of above the municipality. These are federal guidelines that we have to be in line with. So I appreciate the concerns, but when it has to do with federal issues, this is where we are.
And we're gonna have guidelines, strict guidelines, but within the realm of current case law. Some of the issues that were, I guess, brought Councilman Wagner to Peter Musso brought to my attention, I did kind of agree with them that if they were challenged, they may not be upheld. I understand your point. Maybe the zoning hearing board, they're not legislators like you, so maybe they should have applied it under the current guidelines. But that was I believe Mr. Musso was afraid of a federal lawsuit related to that. So I can't speak for him totally, but we did follow up on the issue.
Great, thank you for that clarification. So I'm seeing Councilman, so before we, Councilman Wagner, I'm sorry, did you have more?
Just a little bit more, thank you. I do appreciate that, Mr. Kilkenny and Ms. Richardson. It doesn't completely address the concern that I have. I don't doubt that our zoning ordinance needs some updating. I have no issue with that. The problem is that the zoning board shouldn't be deciding that on its own. If they felt that way, all they had to do was table or delay that particular application and go back to town council. They should not be deciding application by application that they think our zoning ordinance is legal or illegal. That's a very slippery slope. What's next? What are they going to decide next is not legal? And I include their solicitor in that too. It's just not their role to decide what's appropriate and what isn't appropriate. They should be enforcing our zoning ordinance as it is until we change it.
Well, don't we have variances? Haven't a lot of people gone before the zoning board for variances, which is a slight deviation of our ordinances, and that when the zoning board grants variances, that they are then not following the letter of the law of our ordinances?
This is not a variance situation. They decided that.
I just wanted clarification because you were saying you wanted them to follow the letter of the law of the ordinance.
Is that the idea here?
No, I'm just trying to understand. That's all. Just trying to understand the difference between the variance of an ordinance and following the law of the ordinance.
They decided that they were not going to enforce that provision of the ordinance at all because they believed it was illegal. That's what they did. And again, I would point out that there was only 3 of them even there at the meeting. So they decided that a particular section of the zoning ordinance was illegal. We're not going to follow it.
They had a quorum, so they were able to move forward, as my understanding.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you. Can we actually, do you guys have questions and concerns on Councilman Wagner's issue that he just brought to the table? If that is a yes, okay. Yes. Burke, sorry, Council CAO, please go ahead.
Yeah, just very quickly, and I could be wrong about this, but I think it's only a 3-member board. There are 3 members and 1 alternate. So I just. Okay.
I know Bob White was not there because he was ill, I believe. And there should be I think there's 5 people on that board.
3 members, 1 alternate.
Bob White is, I know, a member, and he was absent. I believe a second person was absent too. I could be wrong, but that's what I think. I think there's 5. Don, can you answer that?
No,
I believe it's 3-member board.
I thought, and I have to stretch my memory here, that this administration appointed new members to this board, including a 5-member board. And also, I think there were as many as 3 alternates considered. I don't know if they were appointed. That's my recollection.
We'll get you more information, but I'm pretty sure it's a 3-member board with 1 alternate, but we'll verify that.
Right, my understanding
was for sure.
Just clarification, there was, the chair called out sick, which means the alternate was moved into place. So there were still 3 members of the zoning board present at that meeting. So all spots were filled for the course of that meeting. And the person moved up to the chair position, and they ran the meeting with 3 members of the zoning board.
Maybe you're right about the membership of the.
So it was a full board at the time of the zoning board meeting, just for clarification.
That may well be correct. I just don't know as we sit here. That's not the point. The point is that it's not their function to do what they did.
Well, so we are moving forward, or actually backwards. Does Councilwoman Billups, are you prepared to read the law and government minutes from that meeting?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, thank you.
Okay. So Law and Government Committee met on June 5th at 4:30 via Google Meet. President were Councilwoman Michelle Billups, Council President Laura Wentz, Councilman Matt Silver, and Councilwoman Danielle Blackwell. We discussed reestablishing a resident requirement for non-union workers at the request of Councilman Don Barnett. We found out there was no longer a residency requirement on careful review of Ordinance 3059 passed August of 2019 while preparing Ordinance 3076. Ordinance 3076 was tabled May 20th at the request of legal counsel as it would be in violation of labor practices. We discussed how many residents, non-unions, work in the township. The working theory is that the percentage may be small enough the residency may be a moot point. We then discussed pros and cons of having a residency requirement. Pros: employee is close in case of emergency, readily available, familiar place, familiar face, trust, visible, which can build trust with the residents. Cons: missing out on talent, limited hiring pool, no moving costs, decreased diversity, and compete with other townships for talent. We also discussed characteristics of an employee, which equals loyalty. We discussed a 1% wage tax for residents and a 2% for non-residents as an incentive for employees for the township, and therefore a resident requirement would not be needed as there is not one for many municipalities and township. And I submitted this as Secretary of Council.
Thank you. Councilman Barnett, you have further questions?
I do, thank you. I appreciate the work that was done by the committee. However, it didn't address the point that was supposed to be discussed, and that was to investigate the veracity of whether or not there in fact was a mistake made, which we contend, many of us, several of us contend that there was a mistake made, and it was a grammatical or a typographical, simple typographical error, and we believe that there's sufficient evidence, if it were to be investigated, that would prove that, which in fact, if it were proved, it would mean that the residency requirement remains. And that apparently has not been done, and I request that that needs to be, there needs to be an investigation. And it was clearly my understanding, I think the minutes addressed this from the June 6th meeting, that that would be investigated.
So I just want to clarify, I believe our solicitors have this question has been asked and answered, that according to our solicitors, that it is written into law, the document was signed, and that therefore we would lose any lawsuit if we tried to reinstate a residency requirement. But can Solicitor Kilkenny, would you like to?
I'll be happy to address it again. Regardless of however council feels, that is not going to be the union's position. And we heard that loud and clear. I understand that Councilor Barnett and others feel that the legislative history does not denote the change that was made related to the residency requirement. The problem is after the word ordains, it changes it. So the position of our collective bargaining units is going to be that the residency requirement does not exist, and we will end up in court spending tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars fighting that to likely lose. And that was not only my office's opinion, it was the opinion of Labor Council as well.
But is there any potential that if there was sufficient proof that a simple typographical error were made, that in fact the intent and action taken in Ordinance 3059 actually maintained the residency requirement? And if it did, the unions have no status in that because they've already abided by it in the past. However, if we had to change it going forward, I would be very much in favor of allowing the bargaining unit personnel township-wide to live outside the township. I think others perhaps would support the same. So we don't get into a legal battle, a very expensive one, as a matter of fact, as you point out, but that we should have our top administrators required to be residents of this town.
So Councilman Silva has his hand up. Please go ahead, Councilman Silva.
Thank you, Council President Wentz. Yeah, actually, I believe both of these issues were brought up before during the May 6th meeting, and we were taking the legal advice of our solicitors and also our Labor Council to basically move on the second item that Mr. Benet just alluded to, or Councilman Bennett alluded to. I apologize if I mispronounced your name, Don. But
always, Matt, don't worry about it.
Okay, but yeah, so we actually kind of worked on the second topic because we felt like that would be more possible, really, and without bringing the township into some kind of lawsuit. So we never addressed the first topic. We addressed the second topic because we felt like we could. And we did meet in earnest about it. It was over an hour. We did weigh in on it, looking at it forward. So again, there's some data that we're requesting that we're hoping to get before making any kind of further decisions on it. And hopefully when we do, we can deliberate further. So
okay, I appreciate it. I don't know if I got the answer to my question, Sean. My question pointedly is it ever possible that we could prevail in the fact that that simple typographical error is simply that, and the intent, if it can be proved, the intent was, in fact, to maintain subparagraph E, which is the residency requirement?
Number one is, as I said, I think related to any of the collective bargaining units, we would lose in court and spend a lot of money losing in court. As far as senior management or administrative employees go, that is a policy decision from council. And I believe the committee stated their opinion. It's a policy issue, not a legal issue.
But still, that's not my question. I understand all that. I agree with you in that regard.
Point of order is repetition at this point. It's repetition at this point. He's saying the same thing 5 different ways. Point of order, please.
I do agree with once a point of order is called, then we have to follow the point of order, and Councilman Tunis has called a point of order. I agree with the repetition. You're constantly repeating yourself. Your question has been asked and it has been answered by both Solicitor and by the Law and Government Committee. So at this point in time, we need to move on. So is there anyone else that has any old business for this body? Councilman Burke.
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman. 2 questions to the solicitors. An update on Aronimink is the first question. Aronimink School with the lawsuit. And the second one goes back to Councilman Wagner, conversation about the group home. I spoke last meeting about allowing how many nonprofit businesses in a residential area. If we looking into that, of tightening it up, or having a nonprofit in a residential area. Clarification on that.
As far as Aronimink goes, there's been an appeal filed. We have answered that appeal. The Delaware County courts are essentially, for the most part, closed. There's been no scheduling order related to Aronimink. So that's really the update. As far as the nonprofit status in a residential neighborhood, one is the taxability of something is going to be a Board of Assessment issue in the Delaware County courts. As far as a group home and limiting that, it's not viewed as a nonprofit from a zoning or a federal civil rights standpoint. What it is it really comes down to the definition of family. Are the people living there acting as a family or a functional family unit, meaning they cook on the premises, they act like a family. You can place reasonable restrictions on that related to public health, welfare, and safety, parking, an over concentration of those in a certain neighborhood by distance. I will tell you the 1,000 feet that's currently an ordinance has been struck down in several federal circuits. So we're going to recommend a change to that. But the issue isn't really nonprofit, is are they acting as a functional family unit per the American with Disabilities Act? And unfortunately, local municipalities can put in some guidelines, but we can't really discriminate against these individuals because they have federal protection to run a group home.
Thanks, Sean. I believe that was the answer you gave me last month. I'm looking for the answer of the loss of tax base and school district money that we're losing. If we don't tighten up the belt here, they could be in every other block, according to our ordinances. And the taxpayers of the township have to foot the bill every time this is allowed. It's about the money issue. It's not about the Disability Act or anything. It's about the financial well-being of our township. That's my main question. That's my question last month too.
CAO, do you want to weigh in on the tax side of the equation?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no doubt that there's nonprofits pay tax or don't pay tax, as the case may be, compared to a more commonly understood residential arrangement. I think we're talking about two different things. The solicitor is trying to explain the legal standard regarding how these things are viewed. And I think I mentioned at the last meeting, it's up to council to legislate in a way that solves the problem. It doesn't single out these types of family units, these types of nonprofits for specific enforcement against them, but does maybe create a situation where it is more difficult or prohibited to have certain types of businesses or nonprofits or what have you in a certain concentration. I mean, that is the premise of the 1,000-foot requirement as it currently exists. It's just the way that it's drafted. The way that it's drafted now is a little bit ham-fisted. So it could be done in such a way where you would be able to retain more tax revenue or limit the number of nonprofits. I mean, I believe that is possible for the council to legislate something that would have that effect. It's just not what the administration, not what we currently have now.
So, Sean, you had said that you are currently working on some ordinances and ordinances that deal with some of these issues. Would those ordinances include the concerns of the financial burden on the township without discriminating against the right for disabled individuals to live in a group home in our communities?
We're going to draft a legal ordinance to protect Upper Darby from an unnecessary concentration of this kind of use. But again, based on federal law, we cannot discriminate. So it's difficult. As far as the nonprofit status, that's a Board of Assessment issue, not as much of an Upper Darby issue. The Delaware County Board of Assessment makes that determination if a group home or anybody else is entitled to nonprofit status. We could authorize our office or other council to go to the Board of Assessment and claim they're not. I can tell you in my experience in other municipalities, the law on that side is heavily weighted on the group home nonprofit's favor. Just, okay. I wish I had a magic bullet that I could tell you in this meeting, but I'm trying to tell you what the best we can do in our experience, because the remedy is I can talk to our insurance carrier, Mr. Larkin. I believe Mr. Wagner knows him well too. And this is a very litigious area, and townships get sued in this area. And there are large judgments against insurance policies in this area. So you have to be very careful. I'm involved in one right now, and another township I represent related to our group home ordinance there. And these come up every couple of years because the case law constantly changes. But as you pointed out, Councilor Burke, although it's a nonprofit business, it seems to be very profitable. So these folks have deep pockets to pursue litigation.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to jump in again, but I agree with everything that the solicitor said. And I would also just remind the council, anything that you pursue in this area could have the unintended consequence of affecting other nonprofits in the community, namely religious institutions, et cetera. So I do think there are a number of different ways that you would sort of be wise to be very careful about how you proceed here. There are communities that pursue something called payment in lieu of taxes. They go after nonprofits for a flat fee sort of payment that is not structured the way that taxes are. But again, the other primary nonprofit entities in the township that are benefiting from this status are social service providers, religious institutions, valued entities that I don't think the council would want to disadvantage in the township. So just food for thought.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Gwynn, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the zoning and planning committee would be very interested in talking with Sean as he goes through the ideas of what we can do and what we should look to do along with the administration on these topics.
Yeah,
please keep us in the loop.
No, we definitely have an ordinance. Courtney and I and people in my office have been going back and forth on it. And I venture to say it'll be in administration and then council's hands by next week. We're pretty far along in it. So
great, thank you. Okay, is there any more old business? Councilman Bonnet.
Yeah, on that same point of that particular zoning hearing, we already have a provision that serves to control density of these, and that is the 1,000-foot barrier between units. In other words, if you have a unit that exists and another proposed within 1,000 feet of the other, that is a violation. And that was total. I think that was what Councilman Wagner was saying. That was totally ignored. Is that right, Tom?
I think you're going to find, though, Councilor Bonnet, with our research, and we'll be happy to go through it, and Ms. Richardson's nodding, those 1,000-foot have been struck down in several federal circuits.
Point of order,
I
ask the
think
answer.
the closest sustainable that we've seen, I believe it was in the 9th Circuit, Courtney, which is California, Costa Mesa case, was about 500 feet.
And I also need to clarify that Councilman Tunis has mentioned a point of order of asked and answered, and I have to agree because Solicitor, you did mention your answer earlier that about the one of your ordinances would address the 1,000-foot thing, and that it had been struck down in your previous comment. So
I'll be happy to be quiet.
No, thank you. Thank you for your response. But yes, we have a point of order of asked and answered. So therefore we need to move on. Seeing no more old business, is there any new business from council members? I see Councilman. So I'm just gonna create my list. Hold on, I'm running out of pages for notes. Hold on, sorry. So I see Councilman Gwynn, Phillips, Bonnet. I'm just getting the list of people for new. I see Sadiq, Phillips. I did see Tunis before Bonnet. I was sorry, I had to get a new piece of paper. And we are at new business. Great. So Councilman Gwynn, please go ahead with your new business.
I just wanted to bring it up as a question with CAO. With regards to the 89,000 that we got from the liquid fuels, it's going to be used for the road resurfacing. In the past, we as council were at least informed, if not participating, in trying to find out what your targeted roads were going to be for that. Will we be getting a schedule of what streets are going to be used, where these funds are going to be used in repaving certain of the streets in Upper Darby in our districts?
Yeah, sure. So obviously the paving program always has I don't want to say random, but has targets, roads that come up in different areas of the township that need to be resurfaced. But our goal is to create a more methodical, systematic approach with the paving program that has been done in the past. So what we've asked our Director of Public Works and engineer to work on in coordination with PICO and Aqua is a sector map of the township where we concentrate in a given area and try to do as much of the paving as we can in that area, and then move to the next sector the next year, so that each area of the township gets a thorough looking at and repaving every so often. Because what we sort of found in the past was that if we tried to do something in every councilmatic district every year, it ended up a little bit too chaotic. And it also created a situation where folks would have construction kind of everywhere all the time. So you get two benefits with the systematic approach. You might have a little bit more paving in your little neighborhood in one year, but then you would know that you would have a number of years with significantly less or no paving to look forward to. And we would get a better price by being more concentrated, creating economies of scale and less movement for the paving company. So I do think once that sector map is finalized, it's something that we would be willing to talk to council about and share with council. And if there are any roads that are, particularly bad, particularly egregious and in need of repaving, you should bring that to our attention, and those roads could be considered in addition to that systematized sector paving. Does that sort of answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
I just was looking for a timetable when you wanted that involvement.
Yeah, so we've got 2020 mostly in hand at this point. So something that you would want in for 2021, you should feel free to submit at any time. And if there was any room left in 2020, we would consider it. But yeah, I wouldn't hesitate if you had suggestions to get them in right away.
Great, thank you. So Councilwoman Billups.
Okay. Thank you. So I just want to make a comment or statement rather, more so about Black Lives Matter. I meant to say it earlier, so forgive me for saying it this late in the evening. Black lives are diverse. Black people are not a monolith. We do not all look the same, talk the same, or think the same. We have different faiths, genders, political affiliations, sexual orientation, careers, favorite foods, and favorite movies. Contrary to entertainment examples of Black Twitter and other proofs of text or collective creative geniuses, all Black people do not have the same ideas and experiences. I know sometimes that may be hard to believe, and it's quite difficult for me to wrap my mind around, but all Black people don't believe in Black Lives Matter. Some feel we should some feel we don't, that we should phrase it differently. We should stop using the race card. They believe that we should stop claiming to be oppressed. And the irony is that those who claim Black Lives Matter is a meaningless movement don't understand that people are marching, voting, and educating, so even the non-Black Lives Matter, believing life can matter. Justice isn't only for those we like. Justice isn't just for those who make similar life choices as us. There are those who want to distract us from justice by pointing out the flaws or missteps of victims at the hands of an unjust system. Don't be fooled. Don't lose focus. You don't have to know me or like me to believe that I deserve to be protected and defended by our criminal justice system. Those who scream all lives matters are perfectly comfortable with our criminal justice system. They are okay with the hyper conviction and dehumanizing of Black and brown people while white killers walk free. So don't talk to me about Black on Black crime. Those who died deserve justice, period. Whether they were killed by people wearing gang colors or people wearing police uniforms. Everyone who kills must be held accountable equally by our justice system. That's the point. We say Black Lives Matter because we want proof that the nation believes it. We want equal justice. I know we don't agree on everything, but can we agree on equal justice, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for those words. Councilman Tunis?
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Blackwell, for those words. They mean a lot, especially as a Black
Phillips.
man. I mean, sorry, Phillips, I'm sorry. Phillips, I was looking at the agenda. I just really wanted to.
I'm sorry, President Wentz.
Hmm?
I'm sorry, President Wentz. I would have echoed him too. I apologize.
No, I'm sure you agree. So
Yeah,
I apologize.
I apologize about that. I just wanted to wish my colleagues on council happy Father's Day. It's been a pleasure serving with you all this short period of time I've been on council. It seems to me, from my impression of my colleagues on council, that you guys are great men, and I'm sure you're great men in your family. And I hope you have a great Father's Day. I want to wish a happy Father's Day as well to CAO Ron Gioni and Mr. Kilkenny. I hope you guys also have a great Father's Day. Please, no emails. Don't text me about ordinances. Nothing. Just enjoy your Sunday. And I hope everyone has a great weekend.
Yes, happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you, please.
Definitely happy Father's Day.
Thank
Great.
you.
So next up is Councilman Bonnet.
Thank you, President Wentz. I just want to comment on some actions that we've taken over, I think, most meetings. Obviously, we are represented by two separate political organizations, Republicans and Democrats, to be specific. We have one group, 8-person majority, the other group, a 3-person minority. I have to say that our use of the point of order is overused and abused. And in fact, I think point of order is not to stop conversation, but to try to keep conversation on point. Second to that would be, if you want to stop conversation, it's more like a motion which has to be acted upon to call the question. And, I'll ask President Wentz if you will, between meetings, research those points and clarify that at the next meeting. But I do believe that every time we in a minority have something to say, it's often that a point of order is called to stop our conversation, because perhaps we're saying something that is not popular or acceptable and does not want to be heard out. And I am frequently cut off and not having the opportunity to express my full views. I have not found that at any point at any meeting, a point of order has been called against any of the majority members of council. So I guess I'm expressing my frustration with not being able to fulfill and express my points or rebut an objection or a comment in opposition. And it's often that I am cut off and not given the opportunity to have full comment and explain my position.
Can I respond to that, Council President, please?
Wait, hold on. Actually, I need to respond. I did do a bit of research on the point of order, as well as in the past, I have called points of order when you were council president. And the point of order wasn't actually ever dealt with. A point of order is a clarification of what is happening. So point of order, asked and answered, is if what the individual is speaking is repeating. So there's the repeating side of the equation. If it's a repeated comment that has already been said during the course of the discussion, if it repeats what someone else has said, or if it is asking the same question multiple times, point of order asked and answered is the clarification that this question has been asked, it has been answered, thusly we were moving forward. If the point of order is point of order repeat, then it's a comment or thought that has been repeated many times. And in Robert's Rules of Order, we have an opportunity to speak, but it focuses on not repeating, which is also in the decorum that is read at the beginning of the meeting, on the clarification of not repeating. So I am following Robert's Rules of Order. It's just that this time around, instead of you being in the majority, where you could cut me off and continue on your business as you have in 2018, 2019, unfortunately for you, the role is reversed, and now the majority is in a position to be able to actually follow Robert's Rules of Order, acknowledge the point of order, and move forward. But there has been, I have called a point of order, or there has been a clarification of point of order against a Democrat on council in the past. It has happened. It wasn't just used against Republicans. So there wasn't, it is not a balance of one versus, it's not lopsided. If a point of order is called, all discussion stops, and the point of order must be addressed before moving forward. And if the point of order is pointing out a repeat, asked and answered, anything that has falls under Robert's rules of it cannot continue, then it doesn't continue. And that's what I have been following. And actually, I see your hand. I just want to call on Solicitor Kilkenny, because he acts as our, and Solicitor Richardson act as our parliamentarians when it comes to this type of thing. So if one of you can weigh in and verify if what I've just said is correct, in your room.
Sure. What you said is accurate related to points of order. The use of them is discretionary by a council member, and then you're to follow Robert's rules.
Great. So, okay. Councilman Silva has had his hand up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just going to say the same thing. I believe it's like as a council person that we call that, not as a member of a party or what have you. I mean, but it's more of a procedural thing, I guess, to continue the movement of a discussion, to not let it kind of become mired in that. So that's what my thought was with the. I mean, it like, so any council person has the right to call a point of order, you know, if they feel like it's necessary.
Yes.
That was my understanding.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. Any council person can call a point of order. Councilman Tunis, I did see your hand. Did you want to weigh in on this discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to state that as a council person, I respect all my colleagues, regardless of their party, race, ethnicity. I think that everyone should have the opportunity to speak, but Robert's Rules of Order is something that's really deep to me as a fraternity man. Robert's Rules and Order was really drilled to me in college. So it's something that I try to study and try to keep up to date with as much as possible. But I do want to say that I don't think myself or any of my colleagues have any interest in silencing any voices of any council members. That's really it.
Great. Okay, seeing no one else, Councilman Barnett.
Yeah, I fundamentally agree with everything that's said. The point of order is to keep someone on point, not to stop the conversation. And I believe that while I am a fan of Robert's Rules, I believe that we need to use them leniently. I think we should not stop a point being made. And this has happened often. And it's frustrating not to be able to rebut. We're told we can't talk. We can't argue a point in a tactful manner. And that's not what a point of order is intended to do, to prevent dialogue. All I'm saying is that if you want to stop the dialogue, it requires an action of council to do so.
Okay, anyone else have any new business? Oh, wait, I did have a list. I'm sorry. Councilman Siddiq is next. Go ahead, Councilman Siddiq.
Yeah, I thought you forget us.
Nope, I have you on my flip side of the page.
I would like to mention that some of the organization, they getting like around 1,600 half a gallon milk provided by USDA and coming to our masjid this Friday 10 a.m. is a free milk to everybody. So everybody come and pick up their milk.
So Friday at
10 a.m.
at the mosque?
At the mosque parking lot. The truck will be there. Any resident wants milk, they can come and get it. It's free.
Thank you.
And second thing, to Mr. Vince, including everybody, happy Father's Day. With the new fathers who becoming new fathers, happy Father's Day. And I have one question for Mr. Vince, that the previous administration, we had some grant that fix the back alley. The grant we are getting now to repaving or resurfacing some streets. What will happen the back alley, which is in my district? This is a very bad situation in the back alley. We talk with the resident, they also blame us too. They are saying that our waste truck is coming and that's why the back alley is so mess. So what we should do about it? It's a long time issue. It's not a today or tomorrow or 1 year issue. It's a long time issue to repaving or fixing the back alley. And some of the houses getting water due to the damage and all these things. So there's any plan, if we could do anything about this one?
Yeah, so there's a couple of, first of all, thank you very much for the Father's Day wishes, Councilman Siddiq and Tunis and everyone. It is exciting and tiring times over here at the Rangione household. Yeah, on the alleyways, there's a little bit of a misconception. There wasn't grant money for that project. I think the term grant money was sort of used in the previous administration a little bit liberally, so that there wasn't actually grant money set aside for that project. It's a little bit complicated. Those alleys are private property and the responsibility of the homeowners. And so it is certainly true that the trash trucks go down those streets, and we are cognizant of that. You know, one of the complications is that sometimes residents take it upon themselves to do the paving and not in coordination with their neighbors, and it creates an uneven surface. And that's where you get the water damage. So it is a difficult issue to deal with. The other thing is that there are a number of projects and infrastructure issues that we're forced to deal with. For example, the Bond Avenue Bridge has been shown to be structurally deficient and in need of replacing. So to the extent that there was money allocated to do some of those alleys, we do have some pressing infrastructure concerns that need to be addressed with some of those funds. So right now, there is not a current plan to continue that back alley initiative from the previous administration, but we are aware that it's an issue that needs to be addressed. And the other thing is, when you have a block, there might be one or two residents who have taken it upon themselves to redo the alley as it is their private property with concrete or in some other manner, and they actually don't want the township to come through and do it. So then you end up with a situation where the township has to do kind of a crazy patchwork of paving around the residents that do want it and don't want it. So between having those other infrastructure concerns that require the immediate attention and township funding and some of those other problems, it's not something that's part of the 2020 paving program for the new administration right now, but we do want to continue to talk to the council people and the residents about it.
Thank you.
Also, I think, Vince, you did point out a really important aspect that in order in last year when the alley program had been passed, there was a glitch in the system where they needed to get approval from every single homeowner on that along that back alleyway before any repaving could be done. So that was one of the things that came up as a potential roadblock for any alleyway from getting paved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay. So now I see. So I just to go back to our Phillips, did you have a comment on the alleyway?
Yeah, just a quick statement. Just to comment on what CAO Ron Guillaume was saying, because I know it's some people in the 6 where I live, some of it is concrete and some of them like the concrete, they don't like the blacktop. So yeah, so I totally agree with that. So some like the blacktop and some like the concrete, so that may be kind of a challenge for some people in the 6 because they don't want it. So
Right.
yeah, I agree.
And Councilman Burke, did you have a comment on the alleyways?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
That money that was allocated, was that from the capital program? And, wherever it came from, is it going back to that specific area of the capital program? Or was it just hearsay money?
I would say that it was, as you say, hearsay money. That's why it was called a grant, even though it wasn't actually a grant. It was
capital funds. It's spent out of the capital funds budget.
Do we know what part of the capital funds program it was taken out of? Or it doesn't really matter?
Well, oh, sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
I was going to say it's spent. I mean, it's supposedly it's in an ordinance from last year. We can really take a look at it. Out of the 14 alleyways that were done, there was 2 in each district. 9 of them were in Drexel Hill, as Council President Wentz pointed out at the time. So, I mean, what's the point? So you want what? I don't understand what you're asking for. We put money back into the capital funds budget because it was already spent, or
I don't know how much money was spent or where it came from, because there wasn't a clarification until you just said that, Vince said, it was probably hearsay, but you said it was out of the capital program. I just didn't
it's
know
out of
what-
the capital funds budget. It was something that council voted on in 2019, and we can follow. We'll have to talk to John McMullen and get the real specific details, but I'm just wondering, so I don't know where you're going with
I
it.
don't know if there was any money left or how much was allocated. I don't recall.
No,
that.
we're actually working on the 29, we're still doing the 2019 street resurfacing program right now because it was not finished last year. So
Correct.
it's a little, it's not clean lines, you know, so to speak, unfortunately.
That's good enough answer. I just didn't know where it came from. That's all.
Yeah, and I'll get you the exact details. A lot of it was spent on Dermont.
That's
Oh.
fine.
So in other words, Drexel Hill got the work and Upper Dar and the 109082 got the shaft.
Correct.
Okay, great. Surprise, surprise. Okay, so all right, Councilman Bonnet, you've spoken multiple times, and in Robert's rules, we speak 2 cycles. So we have Councilman Gwynn had his hand up and we have not gotten to him. So I'd really love to get to Councilman Gwynn before you speak again, because you've spoken many times. So Councilman Gwynn, where I don't see Councilman Gwynn on my page anymore.
Oh, he's smart and he went to bed.
He left before it was time to speak. All right. Okay. So, all right. So Councilman Bonnet, it's back to you.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to address the driveway program, but I gather you're saying to me that if I spoke twice among other subjects, I'm not able to address every subject that's brought up on this council floor. That's not right. Well, anyhow, let's talk about the program.
No, wait a second. There's an aspect of speaking and making sure everyone gets an opportunity to speak before the next person speaks. And I wanted to make sure everyone had an opportunity to speak on a new issue and bring it to the table. So in discussions, Robert's rules say that you speak through on any one issue. Everyone gets a chance to speak twice. I just need to clarify that everyone who wanted to speak had the opportunity to speak. I've been very fair on this. The only time that I really restricted anyone was when we were talking about Aronimic and we were on the 3rd or 4th round, and
you clarified the point. I agree with you.
Is when I made people stop.
I agree with you now. All right, you clarified the point.
I just want to clarify that I'm just making sure everyone's getting a chance to speak.
And I just thought you were saying only twice, no matter what.
No.
But anyhow, let me go back to what my recollection of the program was. There was budgeted money, earmarked money for a program that was uniformly, to be spent uniformly in every district so that it was spread across the township. This is my recollection now. I think I'm on point. And the intent was to complete this program of driveways over a number of years using capital funds, which admittedly we would have to borrow to complete. But some of the monies were earmarked. Now, you can investigate that. I can investigate that, but those are the facts that I remember.
Yes, I do believe you guys felt that it was uniformly across the district. I do, the mayor's correct. I did point out during that meeting that 9 streets were being paved in Drexel Hill, Cane, and so forth, where only 5 streets were included, alleyways were included in the 1082. So it was alleyways. So just by the fact that it was 9 in the Drexel Hill, Cane, Primos area, which is the area that would automatically get more treatment, better care than the 19082, only had 5. So it was never, ever actually equal. And the irony of the fact that the alleyways that were fixed were not in the 19082, which had the smaller number of alleyways, never got done. I just pointed out the irony of it all.
Is it possible that it was a quantitative issue and that the same quantity in terms of square yardage was done in every district? Anyhow, that could be researched.
Yes, but there was a means
Matter
to
of fact.
balance it out and you guys chose not to. So, but that's okay. That was for a conversation from a previous year. We should really move forward into this year and not belabor the past any more than we must. Any other new business for this council body? All right, seeing none. So I saw Silva's hand for a moment. Silva, do you have something? Or was that a scratch your head?
No, it must have been something else. I apologize.
Okay.
I did not have a comment.
Okay, and I just wanted to thank everyone who mentioned events that are going on. Lisa, are you waving your hand?
Yes, I had put my little hand up on that
I'm
thing.
sorry, Lisa. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that there was none done in Sea Cane because we don't have driveways in the Sea Cane area.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I just wanted to acknowledge that I know that we've spoken about Black Lives Matter. We've spoken about Juneteenth through the proclamation. There are a lot of events taking place this weekend. I believe that there is a Juneteenth celebration on Saturday at the Delaware County Veterans Memorial. There's information on that on social media. If you look under Chase, JACE, or Tailor Made Vets, I'm sure it's posted on their website. There's also a Black Lives Matter march happening on Saturday, starting from the high school at 10:30, I believe, is the gathering point. So there's a lot of activities taking place, along with, I believe, throughout the county. Yeadon and Chester also do Juneteenth festivals and activities of some sort. And I think there's also a virtual Juneteenth event happening somewhere as well. So please, take the time to check out any one of these Juneteenth celebrations. And that would be great. So I just wanted to let you know those events that I knew of. So that all being said, can we get a motion to adjourn?
So moved. So
Make a
moved.
motion to adjourn.
So moved by, so Wagner moved and seconded by Blackwell, second. And so all those in favor of adjournment signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day, abstains. All right, so council meeting is over at 11:33. Yeah.
Happy Father's Day.
Right.
Happy Father's Day.
Well, happy Father's Day, everybody.